Captain America belt buckle, the pointy hair, and the crazy loudness. That's me. So I am here to talk about why empathy is actually, I don't know if they got the lead in right, it's actually worthless. Completely and utterly worthless. Nobody should have empathy, right? I mean, this is what we aim to have in a business environment. We don't want empathy. We don't want people caring about what they do, right? This is absolutely what we want to do if we want our employees to flee the workplace, to go to the gig economy, which is very lucrative, and to create an absolutely toxic environment. But of course, that's not what we want, because we're rational, normal, functioning adults. We don't want people to hate what they do. We want them to be empowered. We want them to feel an attachment to what they do, and we want them to actually care. And so that's what I'm going to talk about today. We're going to cascade through a couple stories, a little bit of psychological theory, and then round out with 3 rules that we all need to apply, and we can apply in any situation, personal or private, in order to actually accomplish empathy. Because this isn't a session for those people who are naturally empathic. If you're naturally empathic, great, that's awesome, congratulations. Most people aren't. And so what we've got here is we've got 3 rules that you can apply regardless of how much empathy you naturally deploy. And to kind of help illustrate this, I want to bring up this quote from Dr. Maya Angelou, brilliant quote, because honestly, it perfectly transcribes exactly what's going to happen today. We're going to forget what I and many other people say. We're going to forget what we do. But there's those moments throughout this conference, serendipitous moments where we interact with somebody or we interact and we make a connection. And those moments and how we feel in them will never go away. So how do we manufacture that? How do we make it happen? And the first place that I want to start with is on these personal relationships. And so I know it's 9 a.m. and I know that it's annoying and again, I'm loud, but show of hands of the voluminous, cavernous number of people here. Who here has personal relationships? Raise your hand if you do. I can actually see you despite. Fantastic, everybody raised their hand, except for the one guy in the back who now I'm questioning if he's a serial killer. So that's terrifying. So that's good. All right, so everybody stay away from that guy. But other than that, everybody here has personal relationships. The essence of personal relationships is empathy. The essence of personal relationships is empathy. So if you were one of those people that you're like, oh, he's talking to me, I don't do empathy, I just proved you wrong. You absolutely do empathy. Every single day, every single time you care about another human soul, you deploy empathy. Now we, as rational human beings, as I've talked about, we like to organize these personal relationships into categories. And so that's where we move into these categories that we try to cluster people into, especially in our personal lives. We try to say, okay, this person's our friend, this person's a parent-child relationship. We've got our siblings. Some people have better relationships than others with their siblings. And then we have the partner, the life partner. Now those are complex relationships, and they don't mix. You don't expect a child to become a parent. Really, the only place that you start to expect a change is from friend to partner, potentially. And in those situations, it's still a very traumatic journey sometimes to get over that friend zone. But these same things translate into work. We have the same type of relationships. We just organize them differently. We organize them into friends, again, because those are universal. But then we also have leader. Ooh, fancy. A leader. Yay. I won't whisper the whole time. I'm not that creepy. But peer. We have these peers that we have these conflicts with. We compete against them sometimes for that next promotion. And then we have our work bestie. Now think about this for a second. Do we treat these people differently? Of course we do. Of course we do. We categorize them in our minds, and then we treat them differently depending on what category we have them in. If they're just a friend, they're a friend. If they're a peer, there's a little bit of a tension there. If they're a bad boss, we hate them. And we complain to our work bestie about them. So why? Why do we categorize? Why do we treat people differently? Because the fundamental aspect of this question, and this is the psychobabble, is where it goes into understanding why we treat people differently and why we find it harder to deploy empathy at work. We find it more difficult to deploy empathy at work because of what we tell ourselves about work. I don't know about you, but for, a dozen years before I stopped listening to this bad advice, I heard, leave work at work and home at home. And leave your baggage, check your baggage at the door. It's some of the worst advice you can give somebody starting out into business because it's basically saying, become fake. Just become fake. Please do. We want the fake version that is also not creative and is compliant and does what we say and nothing else. And by making those logical leaps that we tell ourselves are logic, we dehumanize them. We reduce them down to one of these titles. And so I'm going to do a little bit of experiment with you to kind of showcase how we treat people differently based on how we categorize them. So the first thing I want you to think about, and this is a mental exercise, so you don't have to raise your hand, there's no standing up or anything crazy like that. It is morning after all, and you guys are finance people, so let's be realistic, we don't like to do those things. But I want you to imagine the best person on earth. Personal life, professional life, it doesn't matter. The best person on earth. What is it like working with them, or dealing with them, or accomplishing something with them, or when you see them? If you're at a Starbucks, or you're out at the grocery store, for those of us who still buy groceries, or you're out at a restaurant and you see this person that's your best person, what's that emotional recall that you feel in that moment? Elation? Happiness? Joy? It's like Christmas, Hanukkah, where you're getting a present. It's a great feeling. Even now, the power of that relationship changes the endorphins that are firing in your brain. In this room, every single person, when you think about the best person in your existence, it releases serotonin into your bloodstream. And you start to feel better about life. That's a powerful personal relationship. But I'm going to break your zen. I'm going to break your zen because I want to talk about this person. As soon as it pops up on the screen, there it is. Your UGG person. Your UGG person. Now, why is it your UGG person? Because this is the person that, if you don't know you're meeting with them, and you run into them, the only thing that you can get to escape your lips is, oh, them. They're your worst person. We all have them. Don't name names. This has happened to me before. Please don't name names. I don't want them shouted out. You don't need to know that my UGG person is my brother-in-law. I didn't say his name's Rob. But the aspect here is that we all have one of these in our lives. When we run into them in the street, we have bad thoughts. We wonder how many points it would be to hit them with a golf club or to run screaming away from them. And we have logical reasons. None of you wake up in the morning and say, I'm going to be evil today. No, you don't do that. And so you have rational, realistic reasons why this person makes that face in you. You have reasons. But how much do you now trust them? How much do you give to them? How much do you say, oh, well, you know what, they're a decent human being, that's not the reason that they did that? Or do you say, yep, that's them. That is that person. This is quintessential. This is exactly what they do every single time, and we build up the story in our minds. We're actually in the process of removing empathy from them. We're removing empathy. And this happens in the workplace. This happens in the workplace because business is an artificial mixing bowl. It's crazy. It's nasty because your work bestie can become your boss. And that wrecks our brain. It wrecks our brain because now we're like, are they my work bestie or are they my boss? And now I have these weird feelings and I don't know what to do with them. And a lot of times you suddenly have these distances that grow between your work bestie and you when they achieve this new leader role. And if you haven't picked up on it already, the fundamental aspect of this is because it's how much humanity we allow ourselves to give and we enable ourselves to take from another human. That indicates how easy it is for us to deploy empathy. It's how easy it is for us to give empathy to other human beings. How much humanity are we giving and taking? And we just discovered that we ourselves, every single one of you head-bobbed, and at home you're head-bobbing as well. When I started talking about your beacon of light and your UGG person, your best and your worst, we all do it. We have to stop denying it, look at why we do it. Work is an artificial construct. It's easier for us to say that they are in these buckets to dehumanize them down to a title. And then stop deploying empathy. But we can get over that. We can, because every single human being has something that we can value. Everybody, even the annoying person on your team that just gives nothing but negative advice all the time and finds what's wrong with the font colors in your deck, points out all of the mistakes that you've ever made, even though they're not mistakes, they just like them differently. Even that person has value. Maybe that's just me. I get really annoyed when people do that wordsmithing. It's not fun. And that's the first rule, is that we can find the human and treat them as a human first. Not a worker, not a revenue-generating employee, not a leader, not a boss, not a CEO, a human who has every right to breathe air as you do on this planet. And that's the wicked cool thing about humans, is that we all have value. And sometimes it's a self-discovery. It's, what do I care about? What do I care about? Do I have kids? I got 4 of them, as I talked about yesterday. And so I always try to find out about the other person's kids. It's just my thing. I'm like, ooh, what do your kids do? Oh, fantastic. They're in college. What are they going for? Valuing that part of the human. It's not a stretch for me. It's a natural thing. It's what we've been doing, networking every day here. You find a commonality, you pull that thread. Yes, we can do that, and we can manufacture it. The only thing that you need to do is remember this rule and say, they're a human first. Ask something human before I go to work stuff. It's a simple task. It's not rocket science. Yesterday, over on the other side, they were talking about, yarn that NASA's using? This isn't nearly as complex as yarn with biometrics in it. This is the easy stuff. We just stop doing it because it takes time. Time is money, especially in finance. All right, so that's the first rule. The thing about this is that as a leader, and I don't necessarily mean as a functional leader. I'm not talking about just having people that report to you. I'm talking about you being a leader regardless of title. A leader of humans, interacting with them, working with them, trying to lead them through a project. As you're trying to do that, it can be ridiculously complex. We have all of these different categories of people that we bucketed them into. How do we get them to work together? They have their own categories that they think about me, so there's additional stress there. So how do we as a leader do this? And so this leads me into kind of the second segment, which goes into the second rule, because to answer this particular question, I had to actually go into the Amazon. This is a true story. So there's a tribe of indigenous people deep in the Amazon who, after 3,000 years of continual existence, they elected their first female chieftain. I'm like, I gotta meet this lady. And so that's what I did. I was down in São Paulo, and I worked to move this along and actually found a way to get there into the rainforest. It was a long Jeep ride. It was an incredible experience. I rode for about 8 hours in a Jeep, got out, got on a boat, was on a boat for a little while, hiked a trail, and finally got to the village after about 12 hours. And this was awesome because the Brazilian government had notified the tribe ahead of time, let them know that there's this crazy weird guy coming. He's going to be dressed funky. They actually said I wear a Captain America belt buckle. That was my identifying characteristic, usually is. And I get there, and I get into this village, and I was so excited. I'm like Indiana Jones, this is amazing. I'm discovering a lost people. Well, I mean, they obviously weren't lost. Everybody knew where they were there. They're like, they're there. But I was super excited, and I got into the village, and I was prepared, and I was ready to go, and I walked up to somebody, and I asked for my contact. My contact's name was Gira. And I was like, Gira. And they didn't respond. I was like, okay. Translator dude that I brought with me, because I speak 2 languages, English and sarcasm, nothing else. And I brought them up, and I was like, please translate. I'm here to speak with Gira. I'm here to talk to them and find and interview the chieftain, all these things. And they're like, okay, I'll tell them. Translator tells them, they ghost us. They pretend we don't exist. And I'm like, this is not going well. This lasts for about 2 hours before I'm about, from here to the podium from this lady, and I'm trying to ask her, this yet another person in the tribe. And this guy walks in between us, and he grunts something at me and continues moving on his way. And I turn to the translator, I'm like, what did he say? And he said, follow. And we turn and look, and he's like halfway down a jungle trail. And so we actually run to catch up, and we're following this guy for about 45 minutes into the jungle before I start asking myself the wisdom of what I'm doing. How much do I know about this tribe? I'm relatively certain they're not cannibals, right? And so I'm like, I'm going to get eaten by a jaguar. My wife is right. This was a dumb idea. I shouldn't be doing this. And about that time, the trail widens up into this clearing. And this picture was taken right from that clearing with the banana trees growing right next to the river. And there's the trail that I walked down, because of course I'm taking pictures the whole way. I'm like, nobody's going to believe this. And so I get there, and there's this lady sitting around the fire, and I go and I sit down next to her, and waiting for her to speak first. And she asks me, what do I want? And I'm like, I'm a leader of people. I've come here to interview you. I want to understand I want you to teach me. I want to learn from you how you lead. And she says these words that struck fear in my heart, and still to this day, I get goosebumps, zoom in, you can see the goosebumps. She said, I don't like Americans. And I'm like, I don't hide the fact that I'm an American. How do I do this? And she's like, but you actually want to be taught. You're not arrogant. You don't want to teach me to try and impose something on me. And I'm like, fantastic. She's like, I like you. And at that moment, people flooded out of the jungle. Children, old people, tons of people, and they were plastered with smiles. Everything was happiness to them. And from that moment, the moment she said, I like you, I had kids sitting on my lap. This is ceremonial flatbread that we broke and shared to discuss. They made me coffee that they ground the beans themselves and made the sugar cane. It's super sweet. I was like, can mine be black next time? But then when I finally got to sit down with her, I was flabbergasted. Because I was like, Gira, because this lady who was sitting by the fire happened to be the chief. And I was like, this is incredible. How do you do this? Because at the time, the government, the leader of the country, was actually saying that he wants to send the army into the jungles to kill the indigenous people so that the people don't have to deal with them anymore. And they knew this, and yet they were wistfully happy. And I was like, Gira, tell me, how do you do this? How do you make people happy? How do you lead through this? And she said that you have to give them something. You have to let them believe in something. For some of our people, that's Namandu, that was their God. And she said, sometimes that's not enough. And so for those people, we give them purpose. We give them jobs that mean something to them. But sometimes that's not enough. And so we inspire them to believe in each other, to turn and trust and see the other person there and know that I can depend on them. And then from there, it went even further, and she's like, but that's still not enough. And so with those people, we just help them to see and believe that they're not alone. She's like, that's how we've done it for 3,000 years. I'm still to this day shocked, because this is obviously not new information, but this didn't come from a textbook. This didn't come from an author's book. This didn't come from a graduate study of leaders in Fortune 10 companies. This came from wisdom handed down through the oral tradition for 3,000 years. And it made everything make sense. And also validated all of those studies that people are doing and wasting lots of money on. But it was an incredible, and so that's the second rule, is help them to believe in something. No matter what it is, you can always find something that they do that attaches to something bigger. And there's a lot of psychological studies. You can Google it. It's called attachment theory. It started on how people attach to babies, because if you think about it, there's no logical reason why you should like this thing that only gives you pee, poop, and screaming. You shouldn't like children, but we do. Somebody gives you a baby and you're like, ooh, you love them. And there's a psychological construct called attachment theory, and so people started to look at that, and they started to look at why do people attach to other relationships? And do they attach to things larger than themselves? And they do. They attach to entities, organized religion, governments, patriotism, political affiliation. But in our current day and age, that is less than ever before. That's less than ever before. And so we have to move the needle, and we have to give them something to attach to. And for my third lesson, I need to tell you the story of this woman. Her name's Donna. Now, Donna was diagnosed with muscular dystrophy in her teens, and she was given months to live. Donna finally died when she was in her 40s. She existed for a very long time, and she had a little brother, and that little brother would watch her from time to time, learned a lot from her. And she, muscular dystrophy, for what people who don't know, is a degenerative disorder that erodes your muscles. And so you become weaker every day you breathe. And there was one day that she sat down to tie her shoes and couldn't get back up. And that little boy went in and saw her there, struggling to get up, unable to get up and rise to her feet. 30 minutes she tried. The little boy was terrified. After 30 minutes, she finally got on her feet, cleaned herself up, came out, and presented a perfectly presentable person to the world. For her, it was a momentous, or for the boy, it was a momentous occasion. For her, it was nothing but tying her shoes. Obviously, you've probably picked up already that that boy was me, and that is my sister. And the last time I saw her alive was actually in this very city, because she lived here. And I learned more from that moment of her tying her shoes than any other moment in 40 years of life. I learned more about grit, tenacity, the refusal to quit than any other moment in my life. And that's saying something, because the United States Marine Corps tried. And that's the third lesson, is that it all starts with us. It all starts with you. I promise you that somebody is already watching you. Somebody is already looking to you. Tie your shoes and taking in a tremendous life lesson from this. In the application of these three rules, always treat them as humans first. Help them to believe in something, and it starts with you and your behaviors and what people are watching. And now some people say, Freddie, this isn't me. It's very easy for you to stand up there and say, oh, it's just three little things. This isn't me. I'm not dynamic. I don't have these things. And for some people, it feels like they're lost in the dark. And I get it. You don't know which way to turn. You don't know how to start. You have bad relationships. How do I start to repair those? And I would argue that you have three options. Three options when you're lost in the dark. One is to wait for the lights to come back on. So you just wait. The second option is you become a predator. You start preying on people and taking advantage of those that are afraid in the dark. And the third option is you light a candle. You light a candle to hold back the dark in a small little radius around yourself. That's a very brave, bold thing to do because, yes, it lights the way for those scared people, but it also is the only thing the predators can see. And they will come. But you only have to be there for a short period of time because sooner or later, just like a candlelight vigil, you light somebody else's candle, they light another candle, and soon you have an army of people holding back the darkness together. It's a beautiful, magical thing. The candlelight vigils after 9/11 were incredible. I watched night become day. And I get it. There's a lot of us out there that are like, this isn't us. We can't do this. Somebody else will change us. Somebody else will light the candle. And I am telling you, if you believe that people can be better, if you believe your relationships can be better, if you believe that this world can be better and you're waiting for other people to change it, that is a ship that will never come in. To quote the illustrious Gandhi, you have to be the change you wish to see in the world. It's the only thing that's ever changed it. So thank you very much for your time. I greatly appreciate it. I'm Freddie Simhauser. It has been a blast to be here and share this time with you. I greatly appreciate it. Have a good one. Thank you. Okay.
All right, thank you so much, Freddie. That was incredibly insightful and very interesting. We appreciate your time. Now we'll be moving on to another keynote session that financial professionals will find very helpful. The topic is the power of niching for financial advisors. With more and more firms offering a bouquet of wealth and management services, it can become challenging for individual financial advisors to sort of stand out. However, there is one simple solution to make your mark in the industry: financially niching. I invite Nancy Hetrick, CEO and founder of Smarter Divorce Solutions, LLC, to enlighten us on this topic. Nancy.
How's everyone doing out there this fine? It feels like Friday, doesn't it? Because it's the last day of the conference, but it's not. So, a niche for financial planners. Why do we even have to talk about this? Well, we have to talk about this because the reality is we are in a dramatically changing industry. Financial services began as a transaction-based business where stockbrokers were the gatekeepers to all of the information, and advisors were compensated solely from the commissions on the products that they could sell. There was no access to markets for clients, and stockbrokers were, again, those gatekeepers. They had to broadly market to everyone possible. The good old days of smile and dial. But those days are dead. As of October 2019, every major brokerage firm now offers zero commission trades. Platforms like Robinhood, SoFi, have popped up, and access to the markets is easily available for any human being on the planet with an internet connection. So what do they need us for? Advice on building a portfolio? Yeah, not so much. Instant portfolio allocations with risk profiles, and all for free, or pretty darn close to free. So gosh, are we just all out of jobs? Not quite. But we do have a very significant challenge ahead of us. According to the CNBC Invest in You study that was done in November of 2019, on 2,776 adults, only 1% of those polled said that they even used a financial advisor. Because you see, they don't know why they need us anymore. And maybe the real question is, do they? Do they actually need us? Well, we certainly want them to understand what we can do for them, because I think a lot of people don't. And the problem is we're using all of these traditional methods of marketing to try to reach consumers. Website leads, online advertising, email campaigns, print. And what you see there is the dark blue bars are the successful marketing, and the gray bars are the unsuccessful. Yet, financial advisors continue to do it. We spend millions and millions of dollars on advertising that doesn't work. It's not very encouraging. Did you know that the success rate for financial advisors in for the financial services industry hovers around 12%? Almost 90% will fail in the first 3 years. It's hard. Average will not cut it. There are 80,000 CFP holders in the United States, and the US Bureau of Labor and Statistics says there's a total of 271,900 financial advisors. That means that over 239,000 are doomed to failure. Oh, and by the way, if 99% of people are not using financial advisors anymore, your odds just got even worse. You might be feeling a little like this right now. So let me ask you the first question, and I can pretty much see you. Are you concerned about the future of financial services and the ability to be successful? And I'm not surprised to see not very many hands up here, because we are a group of the elite, right? We're the ones that have kind of figured it out. But I'll tell you, when I asked that question in a room of just CFP holders for a regional chapter, they're worried about it because they haven't figured it out. But for some of us with much more mature practices, we really have to be aware of the changing marketplace and make sure that we're responding to it. So each and every human being has specific interests, areas of expertise, things that we enjoy, or passions that stir our hearts. And for every single one of those, there is thousands of other people, just like you, that are craving to have someone on their team, to be part of a community that understands their unique perspectives and interests. And if we define and start to speak to that group, we can guarantee our success. We will no longer compete with the mass of other advisors out in the field that are not differentiating themselves. We will stand out and magnetically attract the right clients for us. So how do you decide? How do you decide what kind of a niche and where to start? This is a description, in a minute, of the 6 kinds of niches, from the least powerful on the left, can I get the slide up, to the most powerful on the right. They are affinity, values, educational, experiential, psychosocial, and technical. Now, affinity is going to be things like golfers, tennis players, educational, tribes that have things in common, doctors, musicians, movie stars, right? The values niche is going to be things like religions, charitable giving groups, and actually this has been a new one that's come up in the last few years that has kind of surprised me, but not considering what we've just been through, politics. With as divisive as politics has become in this country, I actually have a client that fired every professional she worked with that was not in her political party because of the hate speech that they were putting out on social media. And I thought, wow, that is pretty powerful. She fired her estate planner, she fired her corporate attorney, she fired the third-party trustee that was on her estate planning. She stayed with me. I was lucky that I was like-minded. But that's what attracted her to me in the first place. So it's been kind of interesting. Educational. When you look at an educational niche, this is a certain population of people that need certain information. So these are going to be people that inherit, people that come into sudden money, maybe business owners that finally sell and exit and have a giant liquidity event. So they've never really had to deal with managing a large pool of assets, and they really need education and hand-holding along the way. The experiential is a group of people that is special and unique. You know, think professional athletes, movie stars, where they believe that they're in this, they have these very, very special needs, and they want to be in an elevated group, an elevated population. And it has to be really tight and really, really specific. Like, you can't even say professional athletes. It would have to be professional football players, professional baseball players, and each one is a separate niche because each one of them has very unique needs. Psychosocial. This applies to a specific psychological state, and it's actually a very powerful way to niche. This is actually my niche. This is going to be divorce, financial transitions, widow, death of a family, people that are in a specific emotional state that have then a specific emotional needs around that event. And the last one would be technical. For most of you financial advisors out there, you're probably familiar with Ed Slott, the IRA guy. You know, he's really defined a very, very tight niche of a technical area. One of my coaching clients specializes in federal employees, FERS, CSRS, and all of the planning needs that federal employees have that are unique to them. It might be public servants, firemen, policemen, military is another technical niche that can be very effective. So let's take a look at our competition a little. I did some Googling and I found several firms, and I hope none of them are in this room, but if they are, consider this a learning experience. So let's look at some home pages. So here's the first one. A dedicated financial partner, someone who takes the time to understand your story. A dedicated financial advisor and partner. Retirement planning, complimentary consultations, let's see here. In-depth education, customized financial planning. Independent, fee-only, experienced advisor. Yeah. See, the vast majority of firms are marketing to everyone and no one. And when you see that kind of marketing, it doesn't connect with anybody. But yet we keep doing it. So let's look at some others. Look at this one, the financial gym. Meet your new BFF. Now, what was interesting about this site is it's actually a rotating slideshow of a whole bunch of different athletic people, all kind of in their 30s to 40s. And then if you'll notice on the menu, as you go through the website, everything they put out is speaking to fitness people, personal trainers, gym owners, and that niche. So when those people come to this website, they say, oh, there's my tribe. I want to belong. And this actually goes to the last presentation. Human beings have a fundamental need for belonging and for understanding and to be seen and to be heard. And so they want to find their tribe. Here's another one. Now this one defines a wonderful niche, but man, it's a horrible looking website. I mean, that is in desperate need of a makeover, but they still have the idea. Financial planning for actors and artists. The Institute of Financial Wellness for the Arts. And so as I went through this website, the languaging is great, but man, it's outdated. If your website has a whole bunch of words on it, time for an upgrade. Because everyone in this country, everyone in the world now, we all have acquired ADD, where we have so much information coming at us so quickly that we won't stop unless something visual catches our attention. So the new marketing method for online marketing is visual, lots of pictures, video, and only a few words. Get them to come talk to you. They're not gonna read a bunch of stuff on your website. I really, really like this one. This one doesn't do justice on the slide because it was actually a video. So this is the helping creative professionals achieve financial success for life, but then down below, leading in services the financial and business needs of entertainment industry. That's a video at the top of actors and actresses walking down the red carpet and the flash cubes going off, the flash cameras going off, sparkle and glitz and glamour. And so it just really was like, oh, this is for the movie stars. So if I'm that person, I'm gonna be like, oh, they get me, right? Here's another one, financial planning for physicians. But then I noticed I don't care much for the graphic. That font is really antiquated. But look up at top. I'm a physician. I'm a dentist. So they tell you right off the bat, do you belong here? If that's you, you belong here. Click right there. So I thought that was really, really well done. This is actually my homepage. My niche is divorce. I'm a certified divorce financial analyst. And after my own divorce in 2007, I became very, very passionate about helping people not make the financial mistakes that I had made, and to have resources going through the divorce process that just didn't even seem to be out there when I went through it in 2007. So that has become my niche, and I focus all my businesses on it. We have anywhere from about 15 to 25 active divorces going on in my office at all times. On average, we see about 60 to 70 qualified leads every year, and about half of them continue and stay with us in the RIA financial advising practice. So I get way more net new assets through this micro niche than I ever did competing with every other financial advisor in town by speaking to everyone and no one. At this point, I've added a second location in Indiana, and we're onboarding new advisors and starting to really expand the reach, all in the divorce niche businesses. So once you choose a niche, then you want to really dive in deep on what are the peripheral services that those niche clients are looking for. And you want to offer those services. So for instance, my company offers divorce coaching, mediation, co-parenting coaching. I have a legal document preparer on staff that does everybody's legal documents. We've evolved to become a full service solution with no lawyers, no judges, and no courtrooms. So every family that we work with saves an average of $25,000 on legal fees and an average of $40,000 in taxes because of creative settlement solutions that we put together that actually take taxes into consideration. Lawyers aren't financial people. Their solution is just hack everything in half, and it's almost never the right thing to do. So you don't have to provide all those services either, though. You choose your micro niche and you set up a bunch of joint venture partnerships so that you can offer these people and this community everyone they're looking for. And you just go out and find vetted professionals and form relationships, and it can be very, very powerful. Targeted niche marketing also tends to come with the added bonus of brand loyalty, free word-of-mouth advertising, and according to Forbes, the single most valuable form of marketing, because niche market members are very passionate about their little tribe, and they all talk to each other. And so it's so much easier to get known within that community. And the beauty of it is, once you've done this for a couple years, to be honest with you, I had to stop marketing my company for 4 years because we had so much business by referral, I couldn't handle any more clients until we built up the staff and grew. And so that's the beauty of niche marketing, is your marketing efforts actually become very, very small. And it can be really, really freeing for you and your time. So become the expert. People want to work with an expert. They don't want to work with a generalist. A business's profile and visibility grow as the word of mouth spreads about your expertise in a very specific area. And because that targeted market is much smaller, you will become well known very quickly. So be unique, step out in front, be different than your competitors. When a business narrowly focuses its niche marketing, there's less direct competition. Find that sweet spot and then provide a service or product specifically targeted to that audience, a well-defined group. And when you do that, there's also much less chance of your business model being replicated. So what's your superpower? Where are you already a specialist, but you haven't dived in? Are you one, there are some in here, of the 1,250 women that are CFPs? That's 1.5% of CFPs are women. If you're a CFP, if you're a female CFP and you're not marketing to women, you are missing a boat, because they want us. They want to work with us. Are you a military veteran? Are you an athlete? Are you a tax specialist? Are you a small business owner that could support other small business owners? Where are you already an expert? And who are the people that are naturally drawn to working with you? Are you that financial advisor that for some reason women are just drawn to working with you? Dive in, embrace it. Or are you that person that for some reason you're working with a ton of engineers and you don't really even know why? Well, there's something there. Pay attention to who's naturally drawn to you. How can you change your marketing so that you're no longer marketing to everyone? Because I guarantee you, if you're marketing to everyone, you're absolutely marketing to no one. Be willing to go deep in a niche, and it can result in big payoffs. It doesn't need to be boring or uninspired either. The options are endless because there are so many ways to niche now. Gender, age, hobbies, income, habits, location, relationship status, just the beginning. It's interesting, I do have some coaching clients that struggle to let go of the normal marketing that they do for their financial firms to really embrace the divorce niche. And they're like, yeah, but I have to do that because I have to keep that business going. Well, by doing that, by refusing to dive into the niche, they actually really hold themselves back. But it's that fear, right, of what if this doesn't work? I better make sure I keep my toes dipped over here. And unfortunately, by doing that, you ensure that this isn't going to work because you're not giving it the effort that you need to give it. So, guess what is the best kept secret about niching? Work-life balance. No more dinner workshops in the evenings to try to buy people dinner and get them to be your financial planning clients. No more traveling around. It's like your marketing efforts become minimized, and you can actually get back a work-life balance. Stop working 70 hours a week. I'll tell you, I make more money now, and I work less than I ever have in my life. And it's really about working smarter, not harder. So this is a worksheet that I found online. I mean, this stuff is pretty easy to find. How to craft the perfect profitable niche for your business. And it takes you through a process of really thinking about, what field are you in? What are you good at? What is your history? What does your target client look like? And how can you really hone in on a powerful niche? If you want this worksheet, my contact information is going to be at the end. Feel free to email me, and I'm happy to provide it to you, because obviously I know that's too small for you to really get in anything. So now I want you to listen to the wise words of Art Williams, he's an insurance executive, actually, and he became a motivational speaker and influenced a major U.S. brand. See if you can figure out who it is.
People spend their whole lifetime figuring things out. They're always trying to figure out an easier way and a quicker way. And another thing I found out about smart people is they just don't get around to doing nothing. And see somebody like Art Williams, everybody says, well, he can't do it. And somebody like that can't do it. But he does it. See, folks, I want you to know almost everybody in America almost does enough to win. They almost get there. They almost go over the hump. They almost have it going. They almost in everything they do, almost as a way of life to almost everybody in America. But the winners do it. What do? They do whatever it takes to get the job done. They do it, and do it, and do it, and do it, and do it, until the job gets done. And then they talk about how great it is to be somebody they're proud of. We need leaders in America who can do it. If you want to become somebody, do it. If you want to go in business for yourself, do it. If you want to become financially independent, do it. I hear too much talk in these United States. Everybody can talk a good game. We need people in America who can do it. I go all over this country with AOEs, and I have people say, Art, you can count on me. Wonderful. Just do it. Art, I guarantee this is my last stop. I'm going to win now. Super duper. Just do it. Art, if I can just have one good month and get the ball going, I know I can make it big. Super. Just do it. Art, if I can just pay off this debt, I could really go. Great. Just do it. Art, if I can just sell the house. Do it. But houses ain't selling. Do it anyway. Art, I'm not making any money. What can I do? You just do it. Do what, Art? You do it, and do it, and do it. Art, I guarantee I'm going to win this contest. Super duper. Just do it. Art, I'm over the hump now. Watch my smoke. Great. Just do it. Art, I want to make it so bad I can taste it. What I do? You just do it. Art, I'm a vice president now. Can I quit doing it? No. Art, I don't know, but I keep on keeping on. I'm really hurting what I do. You just do it. Do what, Art? You do it, and do it, and do it. Art, all my life I want to be somebody important. Well, what do it then? Art, I'm going to save money so I don't have to go through this again. Great. Just do it. Art, I don't feel like I've had enough training. What I do? You just do it. Art, my manager don't give me no help. What I do? You just do it. Art, you don't understand. I was Mr. Everything in my former company. You don't mean I have to start off down at the bottom and do it, do you? Yep, you really got to do it. Art, what's the primary difference between winners and losers? The winners do it. They do it, and do it, and do it, and do it, until the job gets done. And then they talk about how great it is to finally have achieved something unique, and how glad they are that they didn't quit like everybody else, and how wonderful it is to finally be somebody they're proud of and make a difference with their life. Thank you.
I love that. So yes, that is what inspired Nike to adopt the tagline, just do it. Pretty cool. That was, like you saw in the thing, way back in 1987. Oh, that's interesting. There we go. So be brave. And I'm going to go back again because so many of us here at this event have mature businesses. Pay attention to your business model. Make sure it's evolving for the new market that we're in. I will tell you that as a female-owned firm we're all female, 7 women, with, anyway, diverse staff, but all 7 women. I am daily getting recruiting phone calls from financial firms that are all men. And there's a recognition that there's a level of empathy and emotional intelligence and a lot that was talked about in the first session today that women are bringing to firms. But you heard the statistics, 1.5% of CFPs are women. And there's a huge gap in the industry. So for the male-dominated firms, you really need to start bringing in emotional empathy. And niching is a way to do that. Find the community of people that you can speak to. Because if you don't, you will get left behind. Because the millennials are coming up. And the wealth is going to transfer from the boomers. And it's a whole new world. So be brave. Conquer the fear, and get a coach, and just do it. Thank you. I might have time for it. Is there anybody have maybe one question? Yeah, I got a question in the back.
That was absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much. My name is Amy Dubin. I actually am coming over from the food side. I love the interpollination of this event. And I have 20 years in marketing, and I love what you are saying. From having been on the marketing side, you're absolutely right. Focusing on a specific niche. My company is Johnum Indian Tea. I only specialize in Indian tea. I don't sell anything else. That's my niche. I've been in it 20 years. And so what I love what you're saying about presenting yourself to a niche, but it's not enough to put a website. It's not enough to put the website if they come to your office and they don't get the book cover, right? If they come in and, so for some of those male-dominated offices, bring in an event that a woman produces, right? So you can start with small things. Why not have a tea event? Can we stop with the beer bro, kind of atmosphere? It goes beyond the website.
Oh, yeah.
It goes beyond your logo on a card.
Yep.
It's how you speak about your business, how the audience you speak to, how you speak to them, the language, the vocabulary. That's why when you were saying the getting a coach is a really wonderful idea. And I wanted to make the point that there's a lot of ways to think about including potentially your target market, hiring them for diversity and inclusion training, hiring them for a team building exercise, hiring them for intercultural communication sessions, since we've all been behind Zoom for 18 months. So there's a lot of different ways to go about it, but if you're going to the trouble and expense of rebranding your website, it's not a George Foreman set it and forget it. You really have to walk the walk.
For sure. It's about adopting an entire, I love the phrase of be a mission that builds a company to fulfill it. Not a company with a mission, be the mission. And so, for instance, in my office, I would never wear this jacket. Women don't want you in suits. It's intimidating. And so, and I love what you said too, what we as this whole community, have you noticed as we're milling about in the lunchroom that the marketing people, they're all like dressed up and fancy and jewelry, and we're all like so boring. I mean, really, we're all very buttoned up, we're very left brain, we're very analytical, and unfortunately, that causes us to market wrong. We're data dumpers. We want to tell people who we are, what we do, and how we do it, and they don't care. We have to get into the mind of our clients and speak to their pain points and their needs. Are you someone who, and are you losing sleep at night because of this? I hear you, I understand you, I see you, and I can be your guide. It's a completely different way to approach your market. So stop telling people what you do. Speak to the outcomes. And that's my little marketing pitch. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Nancy, very much, actually, for addressing the industry's concerns on the subject and showing us the way forward. And I'll tell you what, it's time for GCIF's exclusive awards and recognition program, and I'm just going to go ahead and do it. That was inspiring. I love that. We will honor some of the smartest, brightest individuals and brands that have caught the attention of consumers. Today, these finance and insurance visionaries are being facilitated for their future readiness, their passion for innovation, and their dynamic offerings. I'd love to present Mr. Daniel Corliss. Sorry, they highlighted with orange on my script here. So he's the healthcare employee and benefits at VC, and he's on stage. Daniel, sorry, you could see this. It's orange. I can't see. He will be presenting the awards here for us, and as we present your awards, please enter from this side of the stage, and then we'll go ahead and exit over here. If you'd like to say a few words, we highly encourage it. All right, kicking things off for us today, Cindy Murray. Cindy Murray.
Thank you very much. I'm honored. Just want to also thank my wonderful family who supported me in all those years of, especially working 20 years for the legislature. And the only recommendation I could say is learn how to think outside the box and don't be afraid to take a risk. Thank you all.
David T. Coons. David T. Coons. I don't see him. Ingrid Visulu Feltz. Joni Kraut. Joni Kraut. Julie Ferguson. Julie Ferguson. These are the top 100 leaders in finance.
I just want to thank GCIF for putting on a conference. It's so great to get back to normal. And I want to thank the industry for recognizing all of the great people that I've met here the last couple of days. Thank you.
Kabir Wolf. Kabir Wolf.
I wanted to firstly just thank GCIF for setting up this awesome event and for recognizing my company, Wolf Automation. Thank you, I love you guys. I was told I have 2 minutes, so this is gonna go quick as I go deeper. I wanna firstly thank my brother, Sam Wolf, who unfortunately is not here today because he had to go on a last-minute deep-sea fishing trip to Alaska, believe it or not. I wanna thank my family and all my supporters, everybody who has supported me along my way. I'm extremely grateful for everybody who did not support me along my way as well. I want to say a little few words about my company, Wolf Automation, but I don't want to bore you guys about how I can make you like $15,000 a month, blah, 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 but that's why I'm here. After spending the last 2 days with you guys here, I really feel like there's a different message I want to share with you guys, so let's go deeper. I think that a lot of us run certain patterns in our life, and we're not able to recognize those patterns. It's important to recognize that our language really creates our reality. Outside of running multiple businesses, I'm also a master practitioner in neuro-linguistic programming, mental and emotional release, and hypnosis. And I think that some of these teachings have really impacted me to take a different direction in my life. I've got about 1 more minute left, let's go deeper. So what I want to say is that we all get to a point in life sometimes where we feel in a stuck state, don't we? And in that stuck state, it feels impossible for us to move to the next point. We've all felt that, haven't we? And in that moment, what happens is sometimes we wake up and all of a sudden we realize that it is time for us to do the things that we need to do. And all of a sudden the path becomes clear to us. What I want to tell you guys is that what happens in that moment is that you realize you deserve a better life, and from there you're willing to do whatever it takes because it is possible for you as well to have a better life. Now, my life's mission is to positively impact 1 billion lives. If anything I'm saying resonates with you, please feel free to connect with me. You may have noticed as I'm speaking, you may feel a little bit inspired, and that's intentional, not just the 27-year-old wolf standing here in front of you. It's very intentional. So I'd like to leave you guys, I got about 30 seconds left. I'd like to leave you guys with 2 lines from my book over here. It's a dedication to my book, and if this resonates with you, this copy belongs to you. I dedicate this book to everyone that has disliked my work or believed that I would never make it. Thank you for giving me the strength and motivation to continuously push myself beyond my comfort zone until I had no option but to succeed. Through this book, I want to show you that it is possible for anyone, including you, to join me in the promised land. I recognize you with the greatest gratitude and all the love in my heart. I hope this book inspires you the same way you've inspired me. I love you. Thank you, GCIF, and thank you, everybody.
Carice Hendrick. Carice Hendrick.
So 15 years ago, I was a single mom making $11 an hour without a college degree. And so thinking about my daughter and how much she's inspired me gets me a little choked up. But I was really lucky enough to find an industry that was emerging at the time, and it's online credit card fraud prevention. And I just am super passionate about it, and honestly, everyone in the industry that I get to work with. And thank you so much, GCIF, for this awesome opportunity. Thank you.
Dr. Martin John Langlios, Jr.
Lights are bright today.
Just a tad.
How you doing? Oh, thank you.
I want to say thank you to GCIF for this. I don't know if we all realize this or not, but this is an international reward. We're being recognized globally, and that's pretty significant. And I'm truly honored and humbled to be recognized as one of the first people to get this award. Also want to thank my staff who are keeping the fires going, keeping the business going while I'm out here doing this. The companies that I work for in Cova Mutual Insurance Group Incorporated, which has allowed me the opportunity to expand beyond my role as an internal auditor and do some things that you typically wouldn't see an internal auditor do. Also the companies that I am on the board for, the Pioneer Appalachia Federal Credit Union, the Ohio Fair Plan, and then the local chapter, the Central Ohio chapter of the Institute of Internal Auditors. And I'd be remiss if I didn't thank my family. My wife of 38 years, been my support, has developed our legacy through the fantastic job that she's done raising our 5 children. And last but not least, my mother, true inspiration, true hero for me. My father passed away when I was 17 years old, and my mother had to go back into the workforce, had not been in the workforce for a number of years, and was able to raise myself and my 3 siblings very successfully doing that, and all praise and honor go to her. Thank you again.
Nancy Hetrick. Nancy Hetrick.
I'm Nancy Hedrick, and I am honored to receive this award as one of the top 100 global influencers in finance. When I started my first of 3 companies 10 years ago, I chose to do something pretty risky. I chose to be a disruptor. I chose to do things in a way that wasn't being done. I chose to listen to my clients and what they said they wanted that they weren't getting. It was the scariest thing I have ever done. And being recognized with this award today confirms for me that it was the right choice, and I did the right thing. And I will continue to be a disruptor. And I will continue to listen to my clients and innovate services in ways they've never been done. As a woman in a largely male-dominated industry, I think it's about time for the financial services industry to reap the benefits of a woman's touch. Thank you very much.
Prague Navacia.
Thank you so much, GCIF, for nominating me and awarding me with this prestigious award. I own a company called Easy Funding Solutions. The journey started about 30 years ago when I started banking, working for a bank. And about 10 years ago, I figured after 20 years of being in 7 different banks, there were a lot of problems that were prominent, that were subconscious, and I wanted to basically step out of the comfort zone and create some solutions to overcome those problems in the financing field. And today we have 10 different services in the company, and hopefully we're just kind of starting to plug along and help more and more people getting out of COVID, especially to find them some solutions to grow. So thank you so much again for the award. I would love to thank my wife, who supported me 10 years ago and said, go out and do what you have to do, what you want to do, to see if you can, try and change the world. And I'm still trying, and I'm not sure if that's really working that well, but my wife really inspired me and helped me to get to this point. My bosses, my 4 bosses over the last 30 years that I've known, who mentored me, Larry Knipe, who's in New Jersey, and Harvey Needles, who kind of showed me how to stay focused and organized if you want to be successful. And Willie Blaylock and Bob Buab, who've all encouraged me and helped me and mentored me to get to this point. Thank you so much once again, and enjoy the rest of the day today. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Patrick Anderson.
Thank you, GCIF, for the nomination and the recognition. This award actually does not belong to me. It belongs to the industry. It belongs to the community that we serve and that I serve. I come from the Asian American communities, and on the very first day, there was a takeaway from one of our speakers about American families having not been able to meet emergencies of a certain amount of funds simply because they lack the ability to do it. They lack probably the education to do it, and they are so affected. And I think the percentage of American families in that situation is more than 60%, as was presented on the first day. On the second day, we also had a takeaway of nonprofit organizations or charities or other alternative positions that we can take for our communities. In the case of UniFirst Financial, which I had and founded 14 years ago, I came up with coffee. Have you had your coffee today? COFFEE stands for Community Outreach for Financial Education Empowerment. So this award actually is an advocacy for empowering our communities out there. Thank you so much, and I would like to thank also my wife and my son who has been here, who had been my support. And not the least, I would like to thank our God who made all these things possible for us, who in the book of Deuteronomy has said that He is going to give us the ability to produce wealth. So thank you so much, and God bless you all.
Shane Dearman. Dearman? Shane Dearman. All right. Yuen Young. Yuen Young.
Am I snapping a photo for him?
Oh, sure. Take a picture of this guy.
Thank you, GCIF, for this honorous award. This award goes back to all the folks at home back in Austin, Texas, who every day produces better homes for better lives. And we do real estate, and we believe that through real estate we can make the world a better place. So this is for them. Thank you for my wife and family, who has always been a support for my career. So this award goes out to everybody out there. Thank you.
All right, on behalf of Team GCIF, I'd like to extend my heartiest congratulations to all of our awardees today. And with that, I say it's time for a little caffeine injection. 30 minutes for some coffee and a little bit of networking right outside that door there. You know where the coffee is. And we'll see you back here in 30 minutes. Once again, thanks for joining us this morning. best as I can be able to get it. It'll show up there, but whatever's up there is down. You can do that too, whatever's best for you. Again, you can go in between the tables if you like. I just think the podium kind of draws people. Yeah. You good? You speak in front of people often? No. That's right. It's just like a Zoom, except everybody's here. Yeah. What's heels? Let me know if you need anything else. Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the coffee break. Hopefully you're all caffeinated and ready to go with the second half of the morning. Moving on here, insurers play a virtual role in ensuring peace of mind and financial stability of people during times of crisis. Keeping this in mind, this session will explore how the insurance industry can do more to fulfill its social responsibility of contributing towards a happier, healthier, and financially secure world. The session is titled Ensuring Impact Beyond Insurance. I'd love to welcome to the stage right now our keynote speaker. Her name is Denise Du. She is the Chief Instigation Officer at Agents of Change Today. Correct? You got it. Denise, stage is all yours. You're very welcome.
Mic check.
There you go.
1, 2. All right. How's everyone doing? Good. Can you hear me back there? All right, because I want to make sure I'm ensuring impact. All right, okay. Insurance. Boring. Life insurance. Who's turned off? You love life insurance? Maybe only in this conference because we kind of geek out about it. But for the everyday average Joe, for everybody out there, when they hear life insurance, they're usually turned off. It's the least sexiest word, I believe, in financial services. What do they like hearing instead? Right? Stocks and commodities. They rather hear GameStop, AMC, cryptocurrencies, NFTs, Bitcoin, Ethereum, meme coins. Have you guys seen those cute, Shiba Inus? Right? They call them meme coins. Like, that's what's hot. That's what social media wants us to hear. And that's what they think of how we can make money and make money fast. Pre-IPOs, Forex, real estate, all great. I'm not knocking this stuff. But really, when it comes to a financial plan, what does it really mean? Where does it fit? A lot of us, we're just chasing money. The industry is just showing us what to do, but in the end, we don't have an end in mind. That's what I find that a lot of my clients struggle with. They think, this is what I have to do. This is what everybody else is doing. This is where I should put my money. But you know what? What usually happens after is this, because all that fits on the top. But what they lack is a foundation. So when there's a pandemic, a recession, a tweet from Elon Musk, this happens. And their world gets turned upside down because they did not have the right foundation. They didn't manage risk correctly. Because managing risk and talking about protection is boring. Safe, secure. Who really wants that, right? But how can we change that dialogue? How can we make this normal to talk about protection and, right? Make it cool, sexy, and fun. Maybe it's the industry that needs to change their language, because what I feel is a lot of times people in life insurance, they're talking at people versus to people. As a life insurance agent, we're trained, hey, it's all about income replacement. You're gonna die. Make sure your family can afford your funeral. Or, hey, let's leave an inheritance to your family. But if you see here how it stacks up, that type of conversation is the least of their concerns. No wonder they're turned off. What are people really concerned about? They're concerned about these three things: retirement, long-term care, and investment loss. I challenge each and every one of life insurance agents and financial professionals to kind of speak in this sense, because that's what the audience wants. That's what America needs to hear, is how can you answer my financial concerns? And how are we doing this? The reason why those are the top 3 financial concerns, because there's a lot of silent killers to everyone's portfolio, your wealth, and is these unexpected risks. 6 in 10 Americans live with at least one chronic illness. Approximately 39.5% of men and women will develop cancer in their lifetime, more than 1 out of 3. Every 40 seconds, someone's having a stroke. I don't know how long I've been speaking, but that's a lot of people already. And because of all these stats, it's the #1 reason why households file bankruptcy is because of medical debt. And statistically, most of these people already have health insurance. Here's my public service announcement. Health insurance covers your medical bills, hopefully, most of it. But who covers your lifestyle, your income, your mortgage, when life unexpected happens? And that's where life insurance is going to come in. That's where life insurance is going to be very sexy, because I'm about to introduce to you guys the new type of life insurance that statistically only 1 to 2% of the nation has any idea about. And a lot of people need to hear this, and I'm glad that I can be here to share the good news, because in every day, in every community, in every family, life events happen, some expected, some unexpected. And these things we have to prepare for. And that's what insurance agents are supposed to be doing. We're supposed to be preparing them, managing risk, right? Protecting them. And as an insurance broker, I carry multiple carriers. But I didn't appreciate what I did until this company called National Life Group. If you haven't heard about them, they've been around since 1848, A+ rated, they're mutually owned, right? And they came out with this concept to kind of help me understand and how to serve my clients better. Instead of looking at spreadsheets, numbers, data, financial analysis, I started just asking the right questions. Because when you ask the right questions as a servicing agent, you'll get the right answers. And these questions made me more intuitive, made me more connected to my clients, helping them, giving them more peace of mind. They're more open to telling me their biggest fears and worries, so I know how to give them peace of mind. So I challenge you to just look at these puzzle pieces and ask the right questions. What if I die too soon? Will my family thrive or struggle without my income? How about my business? What if I become ill? What if I get disabled? And of course, I pray that my clients live long and healthy lives. We all want that, right? But why is living too long a problem too? Will you outlive your money? Life is kind of sad like that. But what's amazing is the life insurance industry has realized people are living longer now, and we need to be competitive, we need to be service-oriented, and we need to make sure we're answering people's needs and giving them total peace of mind. So for me, how I look at myself as a life insurance agent, how I train my agency is we literally stress test each and every one of these puzzle pieces. So when I sit down, I look at your portfolio, I look at your family, I look at your wife, your husband, your kids. I literally put myself as your CFO of your family, as the older sister, as the best friend, as the daughter. That's how I treat every one of my clients. And I wish everyone that's in life insurance does the same, versus just push your product. But can we stress test each and every one of these puzzle pieces to make sure if and when life happens, they're going to have some sort of peace of mind, some sort of protection, so they don't have to be financially devastated. So what's going on in financial services that many of you may not know about? There's a revolution happening. And this just came out in 2007. Because traditionally, life insurance, the one that you get turned off about, right? The boring, old school one, that's been around for hundreds of years. Life insurance traditionally has been done one way: death insurance, right? When you die, your family gets money, or there's some sort of savings given. But in 2007, the industry shifted. They introduced something called life insurance with living benefits. Now, what does this mean? In all products, term, whole life, fixed universal life, index universal life, the whole industry is shifting. But only a few companies carry this, okay? So the products will still have death insurance. But here's what's included for free. I repeat, for free. Critical illness, chronic illness, terminal illness, and critical injury riders, or long-term care riders, depending on which carrier you want to use. So that after 30 days, usually. If someone gets a heart attack, stroke, cancer, disability, they get any of these illnesses, I'll give you the fine print on the next page. They could access about $1.5 to $2 million tax-free. How many people could have used this yesterday? I'll take it one step further. What's great about this is they can use this money for whatever they want. It's cash, tax-free cash, so that you can protect whatever you need to protect, ideally your lifestyle. Money for deductibles, replace your income, experimental treatments, and lots more, whatever you need. In our agency, we had a 6-year-old girl. Her family cashed out about $450,000 so that she can go to Mexico, spent $30,000 a month for alternative care. We were able to prolong her life for 18 months when the doctor told her she only had 6. I had a 24-year-old guy, brain cancer. Cashed out $104,000, quit his job, and bought his mom a car. I really don't care. I just care that you have options. I just care that our clients have options, because when you have options, you have hope, and when you have hope, you can cope. Yes or yes? So here's a clip of the brochure from National Life Group, okay? Again, it's only one of our carriers, but they are the leaders of living benefits. There's a great book on them called Cause. If you're a financial professional, you want to study your industry, stay relevant, right? Because I believe life insurance is a thread that touches everybody. I don't care if you're in real estate, you're a doctor, you're a janitor, as long as you have a heartbeat, you love people and your family, you need to know about this. So here you can see there's a full portfolio: term, whole life, fixed universal life, indexed universal life. And this is what life insurance agents I feel need to do. There's no one size fit all. There's one size fit one. And if you're not structured properly or in a position that you cannot offer everything, I feel maybe you're kind of limited, right? And the only person that gets hurt is the client. So if you're a buy term, invest a difference, cash value is trash value, whatever, I don't care. I just care that you have these riders, these living benefits included for free, or if you want to be technical, no additional premiums. So terminal illness, if you're terminally ill, the doctor says you have either from 6 months to 24 months, depending on the carrier, right? You can access your money. Chronic illness, if you can't do 2 out of 6 activities of daily living. Cognitive impairments included. Alzheimer's, dementia, heart attack, strokes, cancer, coma, anywhere from minor all the way to life-threatening. Your client, your family, your partners will have options for no additional cost. A revolution. Now, a lot of times, like, Denise, what's the catch? It sounds too good to be true. Why would they do that? Right? I'm going to tell you, it's so good it's true, but unfortunately, it's too good for certain people. Since we've been less of a secret agent in our agency, right, because we've finally been proud to be a life insurance agent because of living benefits, a lot of time people are contacting my agency, hey, can I get a policy if I had cancer? My dad just had a stroke. So-and-so has a GoFundMe account. What do you think my answer is? I'm sorry, we're too late. You don't buy insurance when you need it. That's too late. And even if you do qualify, I do have clients who have history of thyroid cancer or certain type of cancer, has been cancer-free for 10 to 12 years. They'll still get approved, but they'll get rated, and they probably won't get that rider. Are you following? They won't get that rider includes cancer, but they'll get the other 3 or so included. So they are free, but you do have to qualify, okay? So since this living benefits revolution's been out, National Life Group, one of our carriers, has been paying about $1 to $1.7 billion in claims. They did $1.7 billion in benefits just in 2020 during a pandemic. So here's my message, especially when I'm talking to financial professionals, or especially if I'm just talking to anyone who's just financially responsible. I just want to educate, empower you to ask the right questions. Maybe sometimes, if this is on YouTube Live and this is on Facebook, I challenge you to just ask the right questions for you and your family, right? If life happened, Would you rather, if you were to ever get sick or disabled, would you rather use your pension, your 401k, your home, or living benefits? Thank you. But a lot of times when we look at our portfolio, all these charts and percentages and all that, but in the end, what does it really mean? Just ask the right questions. Because in the end, all I care about is what do I get, right? Are you going to pay me out? Are you going to keep your promises? Am I going to be taken care of or not? You don't know if your health insurance is going to pay your medical bills. You don't know if your car insurance is really going to pay, right? You just pray, cross your fingers, they do. Same thing with life insurance, but you know, a lot of times that's why you want to work with credible companies. National Life Group, one of our carriers, been keeping their promises for over 173 years. And I like this. If you want to, this is one of our marketing campaigns. If you follow our IG, it's called Ensuring Impact. Because sometimes, again, stop talking at people, talk to them, help them understand, help them stress test their portfolio. And this is what we're doing. So there's a current crisis, and I like that I'm here at a global conference for insurance and finance with the most brilliant minds, because I believe it takes influence from the top down, all around, and from the bottom up, okay? But a lot of times you guys have so many titles and designations, and usually people don't want to listen to a life insurance agent. They rather listen to their CPA, they rather listen to their doctor, they rather listen to whoever they trust. Usually the life insurance agent is the least trusted, just survey-wise. But I want to change that, because I believe that we can work together holistically. And how are we going to do this? Because there's a current crisis that's happening that's affecting you, me, our family, our future generations, and everyone around us. Statistically, there's 332 million people in the United States. About 70% own some sort of traditional life insurance or retirement plan. So they have that puzzle piece of, if I die too soon, hopefully my family's taken care of because I got the right plan, it's structured properly, right? And I'm putting away to all these other investments to hopefully, you know, have money when I retire. Good. I'm glad you're doing that. But here's what I'm going to suggest too, and what you're going to learn. 98.99999% of the population has no idea about living benefits. Stats. Fact. So how can we work together to solve this crisis? The 70%, I challenge each and every one of us as a financial professional, hey, policy review. Can I give you an upgrade or use a supplemental policy to make sure you don't have this blind spot that's going to wipe out most of everything you worked so hard for? The 30%, we're going to educate and protect. We're going to communicate. We're going to speak their language. I'm an elder millennial, okay? Like, I'm visual. You only have like 4 seconds of my attention. If it's not cool and relevant, I don't want to hear it. Maybe we need to diversify a little bit, because the average financial professional is what? A 51-year-old white male. So no wonder there's an underserved, overlooked community. Maybe we just want to give people access. And that's what we're doing at agentsofchange.today. Giving people accessibility to living benefits is a moral imperative for us. It's our cause, it's our calling. If you meet our agents, cancer survivors, caregivers, those who've lost everything, no one dreams about going to be a life insurance agent. You get called to do it, right? So there is a lot of people, millions of people that need our help. How can we solve this together? At our agency, we're looking for partnerships, collaboration, anything to raise awareness. If you visit our website, if you're a client and you just have concerns, hey, can you just review our current policy? Can you audit to make sure I have the right thing? Can you stress test these puzzle pieces? If I die too soon, become ill, or live too long, is my family going to be okay? Maybe you're an accountant. I have a lot of accountants, CPAs, enrolled agents. You're good at taxes, you're good at all that. And again, maybe divest some. How can we protect their portfolio? Maybe you're in mortgage and real estate. This is a great form of mortgage protection. Not just bankruptcy, but most of home foreclosures are directly tied to a critical illness. We all know these stats, and I know protection is not fun to talk about, or fear-based type of a thing. But I'm not selling death. We all die. Sure, we can talk legacy, inheritance, but remember, that's the lowest of those financial concerns. Let's talk about living. Let's talk about lifestyle and protecting that. That's a different language. That's where millennials, younger people, you can talk to me. I was 14 when I had cancer. 17, I had a reoccurrence. That's my gung-ho-ness for medical school. 5 years in pharmacy, 5 years in diagnostic imaging, and my soul was just dying in there because I just wanted to help people. But I felt so helpless when people couldn't afford care. This company found me as a client first. Eldest daughter to a single mom who immigrated from Vietnam. Didn't know anything about this. We just trusted people. We weren't educated. And luckily, I was able to find that she had a crappy plan. Not her fault, our fault, because we weren't educated properly. Hence why this is a calling for me to be here, to not only educate, to raise awareness, because we all know financial wellness requires financial awareness. But if you don't know, that's my fault. That's our agency's fault. That's our industry fault if people don't know about living benefits. But if you know about it, that's your duty to take care of you and your family. I've done my job. So, banks don't like Bitcoin. Taxis don't like Uber. Hotels don't like Airbnb. Bookstores definitely don't like Amazon. Cinemas don't like Netflix. 9-to-5s don't like remote work. Insurance companies, specifically life insurance, don't like living benefits. Innovation is not always liked, but it's absolutely necessary, you guys, for us to ensure impact beyond insurance. If you want to keep in touch with me, I like to just, in our agency, here's how you can find us. Follow us on social media. We are absolutely going out there and not being as secret of an agent anymore. We're so loud and proud about being a life insurance agent. We're going to make it sexy, cool, and relevant. Are you guys okay with that? Yeah? All right, a lot of hands here. Awesome. You want to follow me personally? I'm on podcasts. I speak at summits here and there. This is actually my first keynote, so you're probably going to see this. That's my link, and you can find all my social media, my Facebook, and everything else. And that's where we can keep in touch. I would love to keep in touch with you. I absolutely want to be one of the industry leaders. I've only been doing this for 8 years, but I'm telling you, I'm obsessed. When I say making living benefits is a moral, like accessible and available to everybody, it's literally a calling for me. Any questions, you guys? I still have 5 minutes? Yep. Okay. Any questions? It's so bright, I can't see you.
That's right. I'll let you know if I see anybody. Any questions for our presenter? Is there anything else you wanted to add?
Okay. Usually when I do this presentation, a lot of times people would ask me technical stuff. You guys want to know the technical side and how this is possible? Sure. All right. So here's a true story. A lot of times they're like, why would insurance do this? How can they make money? Or won't they lose money or they'll go bankrupt? In our agency a few years ago, we had a 32-year-old guy, Tesla worker, okay? He applied for a $1 million policy, got elite rating, which means he's the lowest risk, super healthy, okay? A few months later, had a stroke, just in a few months. The insurance company came back and gave him an offer. Mr. Client, unfortunately you had a stroke and you did not die, hence life insurance you don't have to die to use. Here's an $849,000 check. If you take this offer of $849,000, which is 100% acceleration of your death benefit, you have 0 death benefit left. So if we do the math, he probably paid a few hundred, maybe a few thousand in premiums. But we gave him a check for $849,000. But because he didn't die, we got to discount. The insurance company actually saves money. It's a win-win-win situation because if he passed away from that stroke, we would have paid him how much? $1 million. But because he didn't die and he had a stroke, here's $849,000. I win, I save about $150. You make about $840 something and change. Is that all right? And sometimes we're like, why don't I get the whole $1 million? Can I put things in perspective for you? What if he didn't have the living benefit? He paid for an old policy that he had to die to use. He had 0 options. Living benefits, free, no additional premium, it's always better than death alone, period. Okay, and he also had the option to partially accelerate. Here's option 2. What if, Denise, I don't need $850,000. That's a lot of money. What if I just took half? Let's say $425 for math's sake. That $1 million prorates 50% down to $500,000. $500,000 plus $425,000, that's $925,000 in benefits in total that he gets. I, as an insurance company, save $75,000 in future benefits because you didn't die. You gain $425,000 now, and you have $500,000 later that you can use for later. You won't get that stroke critical illness rider, but you get the chronic, terminal illness, and the critical injury that you can use and or for death. Win-win-win business. And that's what I'm all about. I sleep really well as a life agent. I love what I do. It's so rewarding because I know one day you're going to need me. One day. Most people get sick or disabled before they pass, and everyone dies. Okay? And I just want to give people money, right? And they'll just make, and that's how it works. So go ahead.
For the living benefit, do you have to ask for that, or is that something that's offered when you get the policy?
It's automatically added. Yep. Unless you don't get approved. She has a question.
Yes.
So I'd just like to add to what you asked. You have to go through underwriting and get approved. So yeah. So my question to you, or rather, I would like to add on to what you said. You know, I heard you say this word free a couple of times, but actually it's not free, and I think it's misleading to tell the clients that it's free, because if you run, for example, an illustration or a quote, let's say you're running a term insurance, right? So a policy without the living benefits is going to cost you a lower premium than a policy with the living benefits. Same in case of permanent policies. If you look at the cash value, the one without the living benefits is going to generate a much higher of a cash value. So, you know, I think when it comes to educating the client, it's always better to tell them the difference and educate them, yes, these are the benefits if you're getting the chronic and the critical, because terminal illness is kind of, you know, mostly all the companies used to offer those before these came into picture, these two additional benefits. But it's always better to tell them that, okay, these are the benefits that you get. This is how chronic works, this is how critical works, but then this is the difference in the cost. Because a lot of times, you know, for example, I'm a financial advisor, so I look at all the aspects, starting from retirement planning to the insurance, but you know, my clients who are engineers and doctors, they're like very picky about the numbers and all the costs involved and what all goes into the premium that they're paying. So I need to give them a breakdown, and this is what I explained to them. This is where the additional costs. Although I know I have seen a lot of companies, you know, tell the agents that it's free, 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 but it's actually not free. It's inbuilt in the algorithm. Either you qualify for it or not. I mean, that's up to the underwriters. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. That was a good clarification, but I didn't hear you say it was free. I heard you say there was no additional cost to me.
No additional cost.
Right, which to me, there was a difference there. Yeah.
And it's all right. I can say free is kind of relative. I've been doing this for quite a while. I work with financial advisors too. And I'll let you know, when we upgrade these policies to do comparisons, our rates are very competitive, even with living benefits. Because let's say there's policies without living benefits. Some rates are higher, some rates are lower. So rates are relative not only to underwriting mortality rates, but the cost of doing business with certain insurance companies. But I want to let you know, as far as relativity, if you're going to go with this company versus this company, same premium or less, one you have to die, one you don't have to die, one's fully loaded, the other one's not fully loaded, which one would you pick? So I just want to speak and simplify financial services in that sense. So that's where living benefits come in. When I'm saying it's very competitive, even with our term rates, I replaced so many different terms just with full living benefits. And what people found value, I'd rather pay, even if it was more expensive, I think most of my clients, and it's safe to say, I would rather pay $2 more and get a month to get an option to use my death benefit while I'm living versus not have an option. If you want me to break that down, usually as a broker, I go, here's a comparison. A lot of times I don't have to print out the costs and expenses, because relatively, it's kind of like shopping for your car insurance, right? It's like, is Farmers cheaper than AAA, or is AAA, you're just shopping for them, contract to contract, fine print to fine print. Usually with living benefits, relatively as a package, it's better than just death benefit.
Great, thank you. And thank you for the underwriting
Great
clarification.
question, yeah.
Yeah, I really like that. So we're at time. Thank you
Okay.
so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
All right, Denise, thank you again so much. We appreciate that. One more hand for Denise, huh? All right, moving on to our fireside chat. A well-diversified hedge fund portfolio will actually protect you against sudden market crashes. And if you play your cards right, your endeavors in the financial market will also bring you higher returns. In this fireside chat, the speakers will break down a few asset allocation tactics that will help you build and grow your portfolio. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming David Coons and Andy Bailey on stage. David is the managing principal and general partner at Hall Venture Partners LLC, and Andy is the managing partner and financial advisor at True North Advisors Raymond James Financial Services. Give it up for these guys.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Yeah, appreciate it.
No problem.
Thanks everyone for coming. I think really it's an opportunity to hear from kind of two different sides of what traditionally people talk about. So, the buy side and sell side scenario where I've built ventures the last 2 years and currently
Now we're breathing. Huh? Where are we going? I know, but it's better to do it when we're drunk, right?
Yeah, sounds good. We just pass back and forth.
Yeah. Perfect. So I think the beauty of all of this is having Andy's experience to talk about the different types of institutions he was at, what types of recommendations that you would get from places. So whether that was your typical wealth manager that you have today, or a place that he's at now. And then I'm kind of happy to run through investment criteria, things that I look for, and really overall talk about portfolio construction, really the major risks and things that you want to look for as you're evaluating those different hedge funds. And the biggest piece, making sure you don't have kind of hypercorrelation. So I'll turn it over to Andy for a little bit.
Like I said, thank you. Like I said, my name's Andy. I'm at True North Advisors, Raymond James. And before I became a financial advisor, I started off in the Army. So I flew helicopters and did that for a while. After getting back from Iraq, I decided to make a career change. And then I started with Edward Jones and grind that out. I said, if you survive Edward Jones in Iraq, you can survive just about anything. So as I started building my career up at Edward Jones, I started realizing that I had a hard time getting that high net worth client. Yeah, we're going to be informal today. I had PowerPoint slides, but David and I agreed, just make it informal. But I started building my career up, and I had a hard time getting more than $1 million client. And I couldn't figure out why that was. Why was it so hard to get the ultra high net worth? I'm meeting people, I'm making the right contacts, I'm networking. And I'll tell you right now, what it boils down to is alternative investments and hedge funds. Structured investments, all these different things I wasn't allowed to do because I was on the retail side. And, I knew I could do more. And that's why I made the decision to go independent and clear through Raymond James. And like I said, the great thing about Raymond James is they allow you to be the freedom of being an independent advisor, but also give you the resources and tools to present to clients to go after the ultra high net worth clients. And like I said, working with David, I told David, I said, hey, look, David, what you're building is something that would be something we look at. I'd love to get them plugged in to possibly come on our platform because Raymond James is definitely very open to providing hedge funds. And I tell you right now, like I said, I'm going to kind of give big picture, and David's going to go more into details. The big picture right now is basically where we're at in the stock market. Stock market's at all-time highs. We're over 400% since the big sell-off, since '08. You got bonds; they're doing terrible with interest rates being at record low. I'm telling you right now, if you don't think inflation is starting to creep up, and then you have to overcome that obstacle with obviously interest rates rising in the near future. So you got this kind of like this error of just like where it's like, okay, stock market's overvalued. You're just trying to find areas of opportunity. You got the bond market that you can't necessarily just rely on either for alpha. So I think hedge funds is a great way to diversify, to set yourself apart from your peers, especially with, like I said, with companies that can't offer that product. You can definitely stand apart. And Dave, I'm going to kind of go back and forth.
Absolutely. So, I would. It's kind of hard to see, but I would, if I could get a raise of hands, if anyone in the room is invested in alternative investments, hedge funds, venture capital, private equity. All right, so there are a few people in the room. Thank you. And as we kind of think about this, the topic of the discussion was diversifying and how to diversify a portfolio of hedge funds. The problem with that is hedge funds are only one piece of your entire portfolio. And in order to truly have a diversified portfolio, you really need to look at the entire picture. And the reason for that is what we talked about in the beginning, which is risk. And, so I'll throw it out there. What do you think I mean by risk? Does anyone have an answer for that? You can just talk because I really can't see at all. I'm sorry. Can anyone tell me what risk is? There's different kinds as well. Lots of different kinds. Exactly. Volatility, interest rate. Correct. Yeah. So volatility is one of the biggest ones we're dealing with right now. But there's systematic risk. There's systemic risk. There's correlation risk. And all of these things are important when you're starting to evaluate hedge funds. And so it's not as easy as saying, don't put all your eggs in one basket, or, I should have a percentage of a long-short equity fund, I should have a percentage of a credit fund, I should have a percentage of a bond fund, have my own side pocket where I trade my own equity. Really what you have to do is dig deeper. And the problem with that is it takes time and it takes resources. And so having those resources that you can count on, like Andy, and some others that are in the room today that have received awards, those are people that I encourage you to work with, because it's very difficult to do this on your own. And, I work with people that have teams of 40, 50, 100 people, and they're family offices. And these family offices run like hedge funds, but the reason why is because it takes that many people to actually evaluate the material. But one of the biggest things for me and kind of a turning point in my career was realizing that in order to kind of grow my personal wealth and to do that for families that I was working for, I had to create a systematic, repeatable process. And that systematic, repeatable process is one that I've been able to put to paper, and it allows me to evaluate similar funds on similar metrics. And probably the most common is a Sharpe ratio. And I'll go back out to the room. Anyone know what a Sharpe ratio is? What's the Sharpe ratio? No, I'll answer the question. Exactly. So do you want that to be positive or negative? Positive. Correct. And hopefully over what number? 1, right? So if you have a Sharpe ratio of 0.5, it would mean that you are taking more risk in order to get a lower return. And so really putting things to paper and making sure that you are evaluating every fund on the same set of metrics, because it's kind of funny. when you start looking at all these tear sheets, everyone has the ability to make what they're doing look okay. And you have to be able to be the one to say and ask the right questions so you have the ability to follow these funds through their life and watch what they do. And there's hedge funds that have been around for 20 plus years. And frankly, they tend to get the lion's share of the capital, but that doesn't mean there aren't incredible emerging managers. And, you know, I don't know what Andy sees.
I just see, like, when it comes to hedge funds, one of the biggest things I think is very attractive for me, for my clients, is just the disclosures. You don't have the same disclosures requirements as retail. So, like, you know, if a manager decides to sell Amazon, you know, they're not having to do full disclosure to make it go public, and then all of a sudden the fund starts falling down, right? So there's a lot of advantages to that. And also just a long and short idea, that's probably what, 43% of the market of hedge funds is long and short. That makes sense to me, even though the first quarter of this year it didn't do so well in most sectors of the long and shorts because everything seemed like it went up. But overall, when you have volatility, to think about buying a company that you know is going to bankrupt or go down, addition to long positions that you think are going to go up, that's a cool strategy. I like that. That's very appealing to me.
Yep. Okay. I would say the only problem, and we've seen it recently, I'm sure a lot of you followed the GameStop case with Reddit, and so you could have 3 or 4 different hedge fund strategies and actually be exposed to the exact same stock, whether it's through leverage, synthetic, through options, or an event-driven fund that's playing for a specific scenario happening. And that's where I would tell you that you really have to be involved, or your wealth manager has to be involved, in creating this portfolio construction, because the hypercorrelation risk is very high.
Yeah, and that's it. That's the problem with retail investing is, like, if you'll notice all the top mutual funds that all your clients have, or yourself, they all have, what's the top 10 holdings? All tech, right? Amazon. And
it's all of the Facebook, Amazon.
Just a typical, and it's like, okay, well, we all know that obviously I'm not necessarily bearish about tech, but just the opportunity of using hedge funds to help diversify against that is crucial.
It's active management.
Yeah.
And I think one of the biggest things that hedge funds get knocked for is fees. Typical hedge fund fee is 2 and 20. Some are 3 and 30. But they need to be able to justify that through their performance. And I would say ETFs, over a period of time, the market's gone straight up. A lot of these younger portfolio managers have never seen a cycle, don't know what a cycle looks like. Mm-hmm. And last year, as everyone knows, was a very volatile year. It was actually one of the best years we've had for stock picking in a very long time. Mm-hmm. And those portfolio managers that are really good at picking stocks outperformed massively. So the things that I like single managers. I like single managers that have a very specific expertise, that follow a sector. I think the multi-manager platforms that run market neutral is not where you're going to find the most alpha. It works really well for the fund. It doesn't work really well for the investors. So I would say look for people that are experts in the space that they cover, and who hire people like that also. It also helps you to diversify your overall portfolio when you know exactly what sector in space that those people are working on. You know, the other big things, we talked briefly about emerging managers versus established. I would say if you can find an emerging manager that has worked at an established fund that's breaking out on their own, where the head of the previous firm is giving them capital to help launch the fund, and you have the ability to get in, usually that type of fund within the first 3 years overperforms. And they overperform because they have something to prove. And, you know, as we looked at some of the top performers from last year, there were ones that were in the 70%. So it's active management, I think, is back. I think volatility is here to stay. And I think people who thought that they could create similar types of performance through ETFs or commodity exposure, indexes, I think are going to have a more challenging time.
Yeah, especially considering the valuations of the markets right now. I mean, this is more importantly than anything is just picking the right stocks in the right sectors. You know, so I think that I think definitely just pick it.
Manager platforms make sense.
Yep, exactly. And like I said, my job as being a financial planner at CFPs is, like I said, I really putting the pieces together. So really figuring out what your goals are and your risk, and also what the big picture looks like and how you can fit those pieces of puzzles together. My experience is, I'm using alternative investments and hedge funds. It's usually people between $5 to $10 million plus, maybe $1 million or 500,000. We still can do it, but most of my hedge funds, they usually have minimums of 500,000 to get in. 250 is the lowest I see. Do you guys have a minimum with your product?
We do. 500's a minimum with us. The other piece that I wanted to spend a little time on and point out is, and it's kind of a funny story from here in Vegas. I happen to be here with a multi-billionaire that was the head of a fund, and he's trading billions of dollars of stock a day. Watching him peel $100 out of his pocket to play roulette or craps was literally like you were taking his last dollar. And I asked him, I said, why is it so hard for you? And he goes, because I have no advantage. He goes, I can't do any work. And so he's good at what he does because he spends the time, energy, and effort to do it. And this to him, whether he wins or loses, he feels he's going to lose. And he feels he's going to lose because he doesn't know why. And that's the biggest problem. But having active management, I think is, it's definitely here to stay. The other thing that I'm seeing happening at a lot of funds, and so in addition to checking out their overall decks, their one-pagers, something that has started to happen in the last 2 years that I haven't seen since 7 and 8, and that's exposure to privates within mandates. And privates are liquid or illiquid? Illiquid. So the problem with that is if you have a hedge fund that's part of your overall portfolio that has the potential for 35% exposure to privates, and you own a bunch of direct deals yourself, then you all of a sudden you have a lot of illiquid assets within your portfolio, and you need to make sure if something does happen that you don't have to sell your winners in order to get liquidity.
And that's usually why I try to set some guidelines, and our firm sets guidelines too, 5%, 10% net worth. There's a reason behind that with some of these products because, like I said, the advantage of that is you don't have to worry about sell-offs based on news, media, just media driving your portfolio returns. That's probably why I'm so appealed to that market, but also, having the liquidity is important too. So there's a balance between that. If I had to look at a portfolio of $5 million to $10 million, a couple of your strategies might be in that pot. I might have Alkeon Growth out in New York. They have a great long and short strategy. I'm sure you've heard of them.
Focused on TMT.
TMT, yep. And then Hudson Bay if you want more preservation. It's not gonna hit home runs, but back in 2008.
They do some event-driven too.
Yep, they do. And in 2008, when the market crashed, it did 18% that year. So it's good to have a little bit of hedge diversified portfolio.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And yep. So it's a really good question, and I would say it sounds like from the way that you're asking the question, you don't want to jump into anything. You want to create that criteria like we talked about. There are resources out there like Cambridge Associates that does a lot of work, And they try to create a uniform platform for people to be able to evaluate funds on an apples-to-apples basis. And there's other sources other than just Cambridge, but Cambridge is probably one of the best, and it's been around for a long time. So you want to make sure you keep tabs on the funds that you met with. So ask them to put you on their distribution. You'll get the quarterly updates. You'll be able to see if, in fact, they live up to their mandate, which I think is extremely important also. And I never make an investment in a fund unless I go see them and unless I talk to the top people within the firm. You'll pick up a lot on body language, culture, and just overall how it feels. And, you know, your gut has something to do with this too. I'm a big fan of, like I told you, systematic, repeatable process and data, but you have to trust your gut too. And you want to do business with people that you like. And I think those things should not be taken for granted, and try to spend as much time with people as possible. I had a rule that I had to have a beer with anyone who I put money with. And the reason for that was people act differently outside of the office than they do in. And it allowed me to see how people treated others and just how their mannerisms, how they acted. It all directly correlates to performance over time and how they treat their employees, how they hire their employees. And those are all big things.
That's great. A great question. Did you get the answer? Yeah.
Yeah, I have a mic.
Yes.
That's the same company that does the SMA due diligence, right?
Yeah.
So do they do the same thing with hedge funds where they've done some of the due diligence and take a lot of that work off our shoulders?
They will basically give you a 2 to 3 pager on any fund
Nice.
you're looking at, and you know, break down everything from the alpha, the beta, the Sharpe ratio, assets under management, exposures to portfolios, that pie chart, healthcare, TMT, what they're good at, where they came from. Pedigree is important too. So people get trained by people that are really good. So the Julian Robertsons of the world, the Tiger Cubs, they all happen to be in 101 Park. But for me, someone who was trained by Larry Robbins at Glenview, I know they're going to be really good at consumer and they're going to be really good at healthcare. And, someone who trained with Julian, they're going to be great at privates and they're going to be great at tech. So you can kind of look at that history and someone's resume, and if they've covered industrials and TMT, but they're launching a consumer retail fund, I'd be concerned.
Yeah, like I said, obviously, where you clear through, even on the RIA, I'm sure there's resources that you have that you're clearing through. Obviously, Raymond James is who I use, pretty much 100%. Yeah.
Are just a couple others that, we'll put things together. But I think for me, the most detailed is definitely Cambridge.
Yeah. Anyone else having questions in the crowd?
And talking to other investors.
Yeah. Like I said.
Asking for a reference.
Yeah.
People will say.
I'm sorry, if you could use the mic for the live feeds.
No problem. People will say you'll never get a bad reference. Well, you should ask for one. You should ask for 2. You should ask for 3. Sometimes they'll even ask for someone who's redeemed. And they should be willing to give you that. So don't be scared to ask the questions that you want to ask, or ask your wealth manager. That's why you have them.
That's good.
So open it up for any additional questions. But the other interesting thing that I think is happening while I'm waiting for all the hands to go up is the other alternatives that are starting to become interesting. Direct investments within artwork, within wine. Blue chip wine has outperformed the S&P 500 by more than 13% over the last 20 years. So all of these assets post the 2017 Jobs Act have the ability through crowdfunding or securitization to be able to be broken up into pieces and owned by a bunch of different people. And I think I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the fact that everyone now has the ability to invest in those types of products. And in fact, some of the most interesting things I'm seeing are in the credit space. So being able to invest in a completely securitized asset and receive double-digit returns for a short period of time, 90 days, 120 days, annualized 12% return, pretty good and pretty safe, especially with a 65% LTV.
Yeah, definitely adding hedge funds and alternative investments can definitely increase alpha, for sure.
There's no question. No question. I think there was a question in the middle.
So would blue chip wine be considered a liquid asset?
It is an illiquid asset.
That was a joke, I'm sorry.
Anything that doesn't trade on an exchange is considered illiquid.
Right. No,
But stay tuned, because there's a number of secondary exchanges that are in the works, and I think there'll definitely be liquidity within the secondary marketplace for everything from some of the alternatives we're talking about and even hedge fund positions. But I don't know if anyone here follows the collectible market, but whether it's commodities, gold, silver, baseball cards, all this stuff's on fire right now. And part of it, I think, is probably COVID related. People at home going through boxes and their stuff, artwork, all this, you would think that spending wouldn't be happening in those types of assets, but they are.
So the comment was because wine is a liquid, he was wondering whether or not it was a liquid.
So I heard the illiquid piece. I didn't hear the last
Yeah,
part of that.
sorry, yeah. So anyway, I thought it was a great joke.
What was that?
It was a great joke. Yes. Anybody else have a question?
I guess I'll just kind of wrap up. I'd say, who all here is financial planners, financial advisors? I'm just curious in the room. I got Miss Divorce Specialty over there. Anyone else? Okay. Yeah, so like I said, I think kind of end on this is I think a majority of the financial advisors out there really just do retail. Would you say? I would say
not necessarily.
majority, but a lot.
They're wealth managers for everyone.
Yeah.
And even for people who are not ready to have their own family office, the bridge to that is a multifamily office.
Yeah.
So I would say, depending upon the camp that you're in, depending on the type of assistance that you need, I'm happy to talk to anyone on a one-on-one basis. I know Andy is too. Make recommendations on who you should be speaking with. But the reality is, you should be on a regular basis be evaluating your manager and your portfolio. And so I would pick however many times a year you want to be able to do that. You should be rebalancing, and you shouldn't just let it run. So make sure that you have a date set at least once a year that you're going to sit down and do that. And I think you'll find you continue to refine your process over time. And it's that refined process, it's the data, and that helps with the decision making.
Yeah, I just, like I said, for diversification, just be open to other ideas, whether it's opportunity zones or whether it's long and shorts or hedge funds. I really embraced it when I left Edward Jones. I couldn't figure out how I was able to get that, the $1 million plus client. I was able to by simply having more product lineup. And like I said, just be look outside the box is what I'm saying pretty much to conclude this meeting.
There's a lot of ways to generate alpha outside of the stock market, and it should be a piece of everyone's portfolio. And the biggest piece that I've seen grow in the last few years is exposure to alternatives and direct assets. So,
You have a question over here?
Yep.
Got a very quick question. So I know you mentioned gold. So what do you think is the sound?
I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Maybe a little hold.
I can come to you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
A little bit better, yep.
Okay, so you talked about gold a little while ago. So what do you think about, positioning gold and REITs into the overall portfolio of the client as a hedging strategy for inflation? And if so, like what percentage of the portfolio would you recommend for that?
So there's multiple ways to invest in gold. So that's, I think, the first piece you have to consider. Do you want to own physical? Do you want to custody physical? Or do you want to own an ETF? And all are possible. Obviously, owning an ETF is the most liquid. But I believe that, for me, all commodities right now, gold, silver, platinum, palladium, are going to be on a massive run. And the reason why I believe that is because all of those precious metals that I just mentioned have massive exposure to the EV market, lithium batteries, and so the inputs for chips and overall technology products that are going into the things that are being manufactured today that we're going to be using in the future, all of those are going to go up.
Yeah, I'd say there's not a one size fit all. I mean, based on people's risk tolerance and everything. But I mean, it's pretty customary for me to say that clients might have 10% in commodities in a portfolio. You might, if you're more bullish in that area, nothing wrong with being a little heavier, but that's how my practice is. It's a balance being a financial planner, not to be, be diversified, but don't be dumbification. I call it dumbifications where just you got 2% here, 2% there. If you think small cap and small cap value is going to do better than large cap this year, then get heavy in different areas. I agree with you. Getting heavy in commodities might not be a bad position to take.
Yeah, I think it's worth taking a look at further. And, I've got a bunch of research that I could share with you to support kind of my thesis on the inputs for all of those and what it looks like over the next 5 to 7 years. Did that answer your question? Great.
Any other questions from here? Well, one of the observations that I made from this particular conference is that there has been a great deal of networking going on here. So we have about 15 minutes before the actual lunch period. And I think it might actually be a good opportunity for people to be able to come up and speak with you,
yeah, I'm happy to.
Or for you all to network with
Andy and I can both take a table.
Yeah.
And if people want to come talk,
yeah,
happy to do that on an individual basis because it is hard in a group setting, which is a reason why I typically would never go to a group luncheon or dinner to find out about a fund. Yeah. It's a very personal thing, and you want to be able to have that direct interaction with someone. So I think that's a great suggestion. Yeah. We're happy to do it.
Yeah, and with that, we'll have Brian come back up, and thank you, gentlemen, for a wonderful presentation.
Thank you, guys. Thanks a lot.
I got my own, man.
You made the cut.
That's it. All right, yeah, we'll take an extra long lunch break so you can speak with these gentlemen if you feel like speaking with them on a more personal level. So lunch technically will start now, and we'll meet back here at 20 after 1:20. Lunch is not being served just yet, but it should be in the next 15, 20 minutes or so. So speak with these two guys about the topics that you just heard up here, and we'll see you back here at 1:20. Thanks so much for joining us once again today. All right, folks, welcome back from lunch. Hope you had a good lunchtime. Welcome back. I hope you had a good lunchtime experience. My name is Brian Panarelli, your MC for the rest of the afternoon once again. And so moving on with everything. From enabling frictionless customer interactions, preventing cyber attacks, boosting processes, ranging from credit decisions and quantitative training to lower loan risks, AI is already causing a stir in the financial world. Please put your hands together to welcome the keynote speaker for this section of the event. His name is Alex Evans. He's the president of the ETG companies. The session is titled, How Will AI Transform Financial Services as We Know It? Please put your hands together. There, sir.
Thank you to my fan. There we are. And good afternoon. So, as Brian said, I lead a global family office, which is active in many sectors in the old and new economies. And what that involves is creating, buying, and selling companies and investment vehicles, financing and investing in global projects, advising and assisting government leaders. And this creates a distinctive kind of perspective. Prior to financial services, I was an engineer and a technologist, and my passion is how finance and technology work together, or don't, and how that affects us. We've had this week a theme of AI every day, which I applaud, and I'm going to take you through a look today under the covers to see how AI is going to change the rules for all of us. Now, what kind of AI do we mean? There are many types, and the taxonomy can be thought of in a few ways. The ones that I like are to think of AI in terms of the technology that is behind it, because there are many types, what the AI might be trained to do. That is, it has a profession based on its training, and by the goal that the AI is applied to. And within goals, I like to further subdivide that into operational goals and strategic goals. Operational for doing things that we already do in a better way, and strategic for doing new and different things. So I'd like to take you first through an example of the first. So can the slides be advanced in the back? There we go. Okay, never mind. So for those of you who don't know American television, these are some characters from a long-running American cartoon program, and there are three characters in this scene. In the center, we have Marge, who is a housewife. At her left is her young daughter, Maggie, and over here in the corner on the right is the daughter of Jeff Bezos, Alexa. Now, Marge is looking at her husband Homer's pants, which are beginning to get too small for him, and musing out loud about how she may have to get bigger ones. So she asks Alexa, do you have any XXX XXL in stock? Alexa responds, I have found XLM stock. How much would you like to buy? Marge, because she's a little distracted, responds with 10 pairs. I think you can see where this might be going. Alexa says, submitting order for 1,000 shares, please confirm. And Marge responds to this by saying, confirm, which of course is the wrong choice of word because Alexa then says, buy order executed. In this way, a customer-facing operational AI has created unintentionally a new financial services customer. Now, it is remarkable that this conversation between human and machine could happen at all. It would have been a miracle 10 years ago. Yes, it was messy. And on the surface, it was operational. We'll see later in my talk why there's a strategic dimension to it as well. but it's operational in the sense that it did an old thing, ordering something in a possibly better way. So, where are corporate entities investing in AI? Indeed, it's these kind of operational things. This is the kind of AI most of us know about in our daily lives and are aware of through the media and our work. McKinsey did a survey of larger firms, and half of them said they are investing in AI in at least one function. And in fact, the thinking behind the very survey is it's functional. AI is a functional improvement. Most of this is operational, helping the firms do what they do well in a better way, more cleverly, more efficiently, with less risk. For example, we facilitate Marge placing an order. Or in financial services, she wants to buy or sell or trade or borrow or invest or manage risk. And AI facilitates all of that through these functional investments and systems. McKinsey also looked at what sectors have increased their priority for AI the most in the last year. Healthcare is the first. That's obviously affected a bit by COVID. Manufacturing, particularly the automotive sector, is second. Surprisingly, financial services is a rather distant third, even though financial services is often a leader in investing in IT. So there's some catching up for our sector to do. And I want to point out to you that the firms that are investing more in AI than any other, and whose investments and the business model changes those investments are creating are going to reshape industry, not only financial services, but many others, are the FAM. That's Facebook, Alphabet, Amazon, and a little bit Apple and Microsoft. They're not broken out here, but I want you to keep them in the back of your mind, because later we're going to see how things they pioneered 10 years ago and 15 years ago are changing everything for everyone else today. So, what is that? What the industry leaders are doing is creating a very special kind of goal for AI, whose purpose is to increase certainty. That's certainty throughout the business's scope, as strong as the certainty of Santa knowing whether you get the Christmas present you dreamed of this year or the proverbial lump of coal. And it's certainty about today, and increasingly an attempt at certainty about tomorrow. We will find that being certain about tomorrow has tremendous implications for business, commerce, and finance. And what makes this possible are the most modern AI technologies applied to the modern explosion of data about almost everything. These technologies are referred to as machine learning and a subdiscipline called deep learning, which are applied to anything that can be digitized. AI itself has been around a long time. The term was developed at a Dartmouth seminar in 1956 about whether machines might be taught how to think. In the 2010s, machine learning and deep learning, the kind of AI you hear about or at least are observing the results of, began to emerge, supported by this tremendous data explosion that has been happening under our noses, plus some mathematical breakthroughs in how AIs can be structured, and tremendous advances in low-cost computing power and networking. The number of bytes of data in the world is growing exponentially, thank you. It's now 60 trillion gigabytes this year. That is 60 trillion hours or 7 billion years of Netflix streaming, as an example, and it's approaching the number of stars in the known universe. That is a lot of data. These new AI technologies will soon, and increasingly are, disrupting and recasting the nature of the relationships among companies, their customers. What is a transaction? How does a market work? How is value created and shared? And how is risk managed? I argue that this is a once-in-a-generation, maybe once in a lifetime, maybe once in a century change, which we will explore a little more deeply in just a moment. And what will matter to all of us as business people and investors, underwriters, advisors, consumers, citizens, is not just the operational improvements that we all hear about, but this vast strategic transition that is already underway. So, to understand a bit about what's happening under the covers, I'm going to introduce a puzzle. Anyone care to guess what these images have in common? It's a tricky puzzle, so I'm not worried if there are no hands going up in the live audience. To answer this question, I'm going to rearrange the pictures a little bit and then fill it in for you. The answer is, this is 6 blind people's description of the individual parts of an elephant. What AI does today is it identifies the elephants in the room. Necessarily, this is often with very incomplete information that it has to extrapolate from. When is a fan actually a fan? When is it part of an elephant? What kind of elephant is it? The certainty that you get from the 6 blind men or women is not very useful. But AI increasingly can spot patterns and commonalities that people miss, and it can do them lightning fast. That creates a lot of value. A learning-based AI is taught to do this by being trained on sample data, that's what machine learning does, or by self-teaching, by practicing to achieve some sort of goal, like winning a game or some other competition, which deep learning does. Now, the more a company knows about its elephants, or even a piece of it, the better a job it can do at identifying things and providing value based on what it has identified. So in principle, the more data we get, the better the AI will learn patterns, the better it can answer questions like, is it an elephant? Is the person naughty or nice, or any other question? And this gives rise to a potentially virtuous cycle to create new kinds of value. More data means better understanding and better insight, which means better offerings, which in turn means you can motivate the creation of even more data to feed the cycle. Here's what the cycle looks like. It starts at the top with capturing some behavior or condition. This could be of a person, or it could be of a thing. It could be captured passively or actively. This could be Marge talking to Alexa. This could be your cell phone moving around and its location being tracked. It could be the behavior of your car or any other asset. And that behavior or condition is digitized. It's done by some event or some transaction or some sensor. This creates the 60 trillion gigabytes of data we have this year. That data feeds into artificial intelligence, which chews on it and starts to make useful predictions and give insights. And these can then be used to create recommendations which are of benefit to the consumer, who is the source of the data in this version of our cycle. And by increasing the personalization and engagement with that consumer can be motivated to give us even more data, engage in more transactions. For Marge, getting suggestions from Alexa might lead her to buy more, and in fact, that's one of the reasons why Alexa is very highly promoted by Amazon. There are a tremendous number of examples of how some version of this cycle is already at play in our sector and others. There are over 100,000 health and wellness apps on app stores today doing some version of this to some extent. You've heard already about e-commerce product recommendations as an early version of how this can change the relationship between a firm and its customer and create new kinds of business and new sources of revenue and profit. Examples in financial services include credit score improvement apps and spending and savings management apps and investment recommendation apps, of which there are about 3,000 today. Still a very impressive number if lagging the health sector a bit. Now, what sort of data feed that cycle? It could be anything. And in fact, increasingly, it is anything. Not only your finances and your transactions, but your assets and your property, their activities, their status, their conditions, their changes, your own behaviors, whether in place or moving around, your communications, even your relationships, even your beliefs and emotions. Every picture that you upload to Facebook today, Facebook has the ability to analyze you and determine your mood from it, and then provide information to you or recommendations based on your mood or your psychology. These are just a very few of the categories. Anything that can become digital is likely to become part of the cycle in some way, sooner or later. Obviously, if the data are not relevant, they don't help very much. But increasingly, having some data, even if it's only the rope part of the tail of the elephant, helps you understand the rest of the elephant. So, what are key ways that this cycle is already affecting financial services? First of all, data is the new collateral. Fintech firms are pioneering this. Knowledge about you and your behaviors is as valuable at understanding your risk as having something to secure against your risk. To an extent, according to leading insurance industry CEOs, there is a demutualization affecting the insurance sector. There are obviously limits. The idea of groups of the insured aren't going away, but they may become more targeted, more nuanced, more individualized within those groups. That allows risk mitigation and risk pricing to become more individualized. There's obviously a flood, as you've heard all week, of new innovation in products and services and features. And the more categories and quantities of data about a person or a firm or assets or a situation feed the cycle, the better the prediction accuracy, the better the certainty. And I will argue to you that superior prediction is now the key to future competitiveness. That means that the data imperative has created a strategic imperative to master as much data as possible. And that often means broadening the scope of your firm. It means expanding into additional channels or products or services, even new sectors, so you're not left behind in the race for data and the race for predictions and recommendations and new insights. And if you can't broaden your business, you have to find a way to partner or otherwise buy the other views of the elephant that you really need. Now that's the view from the inside. The view from the outside is financial services is now fair game for anyone who can get enough data to be able to do financial services offerings. A very big example for this in insurance is the move of major car manufacturers who know everything about how you drive, from the computers in your car to being insurance providers. The most important thing I will leave you with in this set of effects is that who controls the data sets the rules. And let's see a little bit more about that. Once you have some predictions about your elephant, what can you do with them? Can you imagine your elephant being able to lift its ears and fly at some point in the future? If you know that, or have a good guess about it, you can really change the game. This is the actual AI cycle. It has more steps than what I showed you before. Here's how it works. We start with the same behaviors and conditions. They are still digitized. They still become data. They are still chewed on by AI. They still generate predictions. But now, those predictions go to help other firms benefit from the cycle more effectively than they could on their own. If you don't have data, you can buy it in a predictions market. If you have it, you can sell it there. This predictions market is largely untracked, but it represents trillions of dollars of value already. It was effectively created by the likes of Google and Facebook 10, 15 years ago for advertising, but it spread into everything. Once you have the needed predictions, then you can do more AI with it and really target your recommendations. This makes this cycle far more powerful. Now, you target for profitability considerations, not necessarily for the benefit of the customer. We'll come back to that in a moment. This predictions market is where the FAAM companies, particularly the first three, are making all their money. It also explains why fintech companies whose customers don't give them any revenue are tremendously valuable, because they can sell knowledge of their customers in the predictions market. This market can be open or closed, transparent or opaque. Frankly, today it's fairly opaque. And a key insight into this new version of the cycle, or deeper appreciation of the cycle, is that the source of the data is not really the true customer. The true customer is the customer in the predictions market. And the consumer is then split both into a customer who benefits from the cycle and maybe pays for products and services, but also provides data and is thus also a raw material for the cycle, as well as being a consumer. That leads to the dark side of the cycle, which I'll spend a couple of minutes going into. The dark side of this cycle is that going beyond recommending things that might be of desire to you as the data source / consumer, my business operating in this cycle can also start to try to modify your behavior to suit my profitability aims. This is happening today right under our noses in thousands of little nudges that affect us all the time, often without our knowledge. They can affect our emotions and our beliefs, how we spend, invest, borrow, and take risks, our relationships, how we spend our time. They can also modify the behavior of our assets if they are empowered to do that. The future of sensors is what's called actuators. Once I can detect something in a thing, I can also change the behavior of that thing. Sometimes this creates a very distortive feedback loop, which can have damaging consequences to large classes of people. AI can also get things wrong, and when it does, it often gets them wrong differently from how people do. And how these machine learning AIs make decisions can't be audited. You remember in our picture of the elves at the North Pole with that tangled diagram representing an AI design, you can't disentangle that and say, oh, that's why this decision was made this way. You have to trust it or not. So some of the unintended consequences that can affect all of us is this disconnection of the profit motive from the benefit to the consumer. That is a really big change from how economics was supposed to work, going back to the works of Adam Smith 300 years ago. You can get self-reinforcing bubbles of information and communications. I think all of you can imagine exactly what that looks like here in the United States. When you have demutualization, it can start pricing certain individual risks out of the market. Another example, which is a little disconcerting to me, is that you could have automated redlining or things like that, which are inexplicable. It's not because the AI is taking racial factors into account. It's taking in all sorts of other factors which have the same result in the end, and that's something that must be protected against. So companies who control the data, while able to create tremendous new benefit, can and often do, out of profit motive, use AIs to create incentives and penalties, information flows and nudges and encouragements to shape our behavior and to shape our decisions, to push us as individuals and business leaders and decision makers. And they will push us for their benefit, not ours. If we are alert to it, we can push back and shape their behavior as well, so that there is more benefit and less distortion. But we really have to pay attention because we're probably going to go along with most of this, and we have been, because we see the benefits ourselves. If Marge actually wanted to buy stock, or if Marge succeeded in buying pants, she would have benefited. The transaction would have been easier and smoother for her than the old-fashioned way. There are also some new vulnerabilities to commerce and finance that being so tied up with this AI cycle creates. The AI cycle can be attacked from the outside with false data and with AI technology used for malign purposes to create fakes and frauds and impersonation. A fake Marge ordering via Alexa, or a fake Alexa, if you will, taking Marge's information to do trades. And of course, AI can also be used to hack and disrupt systems. A successful cyber attack on the financial sector could be much more damaging than one against infrastructure like power grids and utilities. Imagine that you can't receive direct deposits for your pay. You can't cash checks. You can't send money to people. Businesses can't accept credit card payments, so they revert to cash, but you can't get cash because the ATMs stop working. For those of you old enough to remember, this is what Y2K was supposed to cause in the year 2000, but now it could be very real. This too must be guarded against. And AIs are going to make their own judgment errors different from ours, which we have to learn about and may not be able to predict as humans. And regulators, sad to say, are still largely thinking about all of these things using 20th century models and tools. One day they will catch up, but the rest of us will have to be on guard until that happens. So, what about jobs? The light side of the story is that AI, as we have heard this week, will work for us as a tool. It will help us with new knowledge and insights and new capabilities. And in the organization chart of the firm, the AIs are our partners. The dark side of this is that AI is going to displace some of us. Which one will win out? That's a prediction I don't have the ability to make, but I have a belief that it will be the light side, that overall, AI as a tool will help all of us a lot more than the pain of some jobs or roles being displaced. And a third category that is really up in the air is, what about AI becoming your boss? This, I don't think, is going to happen by a board of directors saying, you know, the new CEO of Amazon is an AI based on Jeff Bezos' mind. Not at all. It will happen in little inches until effectively AI might be the boss. Let me give you an example. In NASCAR, you win a race forced by your driver being fast on the track, but particularly you win because your race team makes really smart decisions about when to bring you in to have your tires changed and your gas tank topped up. If you get that right, odds are great you can win if you have the fastest or one of the fastest cars. And if you get it wrong, you're pretty sure to lose. And NASCAR teams are using AI to give them predictions about when to make those decisions. But the humans in charge don't have to follow the AI's advice, and in fact, they usually don't. They go with the conventional wisdom. When the leader pulls in for a pit stop, then if you're in second or third place, you probably do it too, no matter what the AI tells you might be a smarter move. The moment NASCAR figures out that AI will win more races than the humans, they will give more and more authority, morally, to the recommendations of the AI. And at the point where the AI is essentially defining when all the pit stops are going to happen and what they're for, it has become the boss of the race team, even though it doesn't have the title of boss or a position on the org chart. And in that way, across a lot of industries, we will see AI having a fair amount of influence, like a boss does, in how we do our work and how we make decisions. It's not Arnold Schwarzenegger and the Terminator with a superintelligence deciding humans are no longer any use and getting rid of us in one fell swoop. It's a game of inches, and we will end up balancing our humanity against AI in reaching business decisions. And again, I will say that my own view, having worked for many, many years in both finance and AI and other technologies, is that if we are wise about it, the light side will win out. So in conclusion, AI is changing how financial services firms compete. It is changing what sectors financial services firms compete in and compete with. It is changing the role of the customer and the firm-customer power dynamic. It can empower us as individuals and our companies with useful insights and powerful predictions. It can potentially reshape our behavior in life and how we work, both for good and for ill. It can identify and reduce risks, but it will add some new risks of its own. Governments must develop new models for dealing with all of this. And AIs will only become more powerful, fed by more and more data. The changes AI is bringing have only just begun. Thank you. Let me take your questions.
I thought you had a question. Any questions from the audience about our presentation? You have to have one. You have to.
It's really not a question, it's a compliment. You actually did a terrific job in articulating exactly how AI is a disruptor and all the differences that AI does bring to the equation. So high compliments to you on that.
Thank you very much. That means a lot to me because I know from your questions at other presentations that you know something about what you were talking about.
Well, thank you. That's very kind of you. But great job.
Thank you. Any others? All right, I'm happy to stay around. And oh, there's one.
Thank you for the presentation earlier about the applications of AI, but I'm kind of curious, especially when it comes to finding the relationships between finance, insurance, and the adoption of AI. Of course, when you talk about investment banking or going towards being able to profile users, of course, AI is applicable, right? However, there are certain challenges when it comes to that, especially with regards to a personal take of how would a person actually invest, and also being able to accurately give the right advice without putting maybe a amateur investor at risk, right? How will you actually consider that in today's world where Bitcoin and every form of finance is actually fluctuating so drastically, and COVID-19 as well?
Thank you for your question. I think that's an excellent question. Let me answer it in two parts. First, among the 3,000 fintech apps I mentioned, there are a number of them that are already doing what you were saying. They're giving financial trading advice to the individual investor. Some of them are doing it with a direct relationship to the investor who is a subscriber to the app. Some are private labeling it through large brokerages where it's another tool on their website or in their app to parallel human advice or self-directed research. So it's here already, and humans eventually are going to figure out whether the AIs, which in theory are constantly improving their capabilities, do a better job than the humans who are giving investment advice, or the analysts, or a worse job, and where the mistakes are different. Eventually, FINRA and the SEC will start to weigh in on that more than they have, in my view. Now, the second thing you talked about was things like crypto trading. I happen to have a friend who is an AI expert who created, in a matter of a week, a crypto trading, day trading AI. It makes thousands of dollars a day for him. And all it does is analyze patterns and trade on them. And it's a deep learning AI because it's a game to that AI, and its objective is to win the game by getting the most points, and you get the most points by having the most trading profits. So that's here too. I don't know if it's likely to be offered anytime soon through a regulated entity, but the technology already exists to do it. And I'm sure there are many day traders who are already trying to take advantage of the technology for that purpose. So I hope I've started to answer the direction of your question a bit.
So the thing is, I have interacted with a few fintech organizations that actually build prediction modeling for, let's say, for trading, for example, in Hong Kong. And although I would say, yes, it does give some form of guidance and some level of predictability on how you would be able to understand the stock market. However, there is that space of room to actually fail, right? And where does the responsibility lie on, right? And also when you talk about dark AI, right? Responding to certain behaviors, or it may influence you emotionally, right? So what I'm trying to get to is that there's this gray area where something might fail, might crash, might affect the stock market. Of course, eventually you can actually have automated traders as well in the future, right? But where do you draw the line, and how do you actually, identify where that limit is? Does it make sense?
That makes sense, and you would be a great one to give some congressional testimony on this subject based on your question. It is not a resolved issue, and there are different camps that I'm aware of about the extent to which AI is capable of giving good financial advice, and if it does so, as you say, who is liable if that AI gives advice that results in someone being harmed or losing money. And right now, regulation is focused through the SEC and FINRA for trading, at least with the unaccredited investor, on ensuring correct and good information flow for which human beings and firms with well-defined compliance systems are accountable. You can't hold today an AI accountable. It's not an entity in and of itself enough. And therefore, you have to hold the humans around it accountable. So ultimately, in the organization chart where the humans are still in charge, which is the foreseeable future, the accountability that you were talking about falls on those people, those business leaders who make decisions about when AI is going to be used to give advice to a client or to advice through a broker to a client, as one example. I think the jury is out on how that's going to play out. At least I don't have any great insight into it myself. But the question is an excellent one, and it's something that the industry will have to fight through, debate, and resolve as AI becomes more prevalent, and indeed as these risks start to really bite people and they complain to their regulators, their Congress people, and so on. Other questions?
Any other questions? That was like that one. We're good? So if you do finally have any questions, I'm sure you'll be around the rest of today. And
yes, I'll be floating around if anyone would like to take up any questions one-on-one later on. Thank you again for your kind attention.
Great, thanks for your presentation. I also have a quick announcement. Is Patrick in this room? Is Patrick here? No problem.
All right, perfect. Thank you very much, Alex. The future of financial services is indeed exciting and very interesting at the same time. Now we have an exclusive fireside chat lined up for you on the topic, latest trend in insurance, higher personalization of insurance premiums. Personalization, as you know, is the key to attracting and retaining clients, especially in the insurance industry. The business benefits of a personalization of insurance premiums are clear. better sales, increased customer loyalty and engagement, and a higher success rate when cross-selling. So for more insights on this subject, we have with us experts Cindy Murray and Stephen T. Keys. Please welcome them to the stage for us, please.
That introduction. My name's Cindy Murray. I'm from Kentucky, and yes, I have a Kentucky twang I'm proud of, so get that out of the way. So my background, I spent 33 years in Kentucky state government, including helping with healthcare reform, doing the Health and Family Services budget for the legislature, and my last role was Chief Financial Officer, Cabinet for Health and Family Services. I retired from that, and now I am a work-at-home Medicare sales agent. So, and I'm enjoying the heck out of that. So, I just wanted to go over a few to start this out. Key insurance industry trends for 2021. This is according to One Incorporated. There are really 12 industry trends. And that includes, we've now, of course, COVID-19 has impacted every industry everywhere, and the insurance industry was definitely not left out of that. So now we've got a remote access environment, a lot of agents, including me, who were used to going out into people's homes to help them. With COVID, that changed, and we've got now more of a virtual environment where you work from home, do virtual appointments with customers. And actually, I think that's a really good trend. And contactless payments, where you're able to set up their payments over the internet. And I think the clients may feel a little bit more comfortable with that. Let me see. Virtual customer experiences. Most of mine, I work like a call center right now, and I get nonstop inbound calls of people wanting information on Medicare, and eventually we hope to sell them a policy. But there's no, visionary seeing the person. They don't see me or anything like that. They're just able to, sign up for their Medicare plan or change it online. Let me see. Yeah, COVID-19 legal challenges. I'm not sure what the life insurance industry has really done with COVID-19, if they're denying claims, because I couldn't see them actually being able to do that. Because, that would cause legal challenges, and I do still sell some life insurance too. I'm not seeing a lot of difference in in the questions for life insurance so far. Okay, number 5, environmental, social, and governance factors. Over the past few years, ESG analysis, the consideration of the company's environmental, social, and governance factors when determining the value and sustainability of that business has become increasingly important in the financial industry. InsurTech explosion. Everything in the insurance industry right now is geared towards using definitely artificial intelligence. I can't imagine trying to do my job without it. So that's a big improvement. I expect more improvements in that, make us more efficient and more where we can spend our time taking care of the client's needs. Okay, robotic process automation, RPA. Insurers are using RPA to digitize repetitive or rule-based administrative tasks. It's commonly used for the purposes of conversational process automation, which includes chat boxes, interactive voice response, and virtual customer assistance to handle routine communications and transactions. Of course, the pandemic has had an economic impact on the insurance industry, particularly in property and casualty claims. And also, you know, the health insurance, having to pay for those patients that come down with COVID and they have to stay for months and months in the hospital. Somebody has to pay for that. Let's see what else. Auto insurance reveals there's a significant decline in commuter traffic in 2020, leading to a surge in consumer interest in pay-per-mile auto policies. I'm from Kentucky, and we definitely had decreases in our auto insurance because we weren't driving as much. Okay, travel insurance. Few industries were hit harder by the pandemic than the travel industry. Between the cessation of nearly all unessential travel and the associated trip cancellation, claims travel insurance had a tumultuous year in 2020. Workers' compensation, the dramatic spike in unemployment insurance claims that resulted in a sudden drop of workers' comp policies and claims for that. I think employment growth. Unfortunately, the 2020 recession caused a massive increase in unemployment in the U.S. However, insurance did not experience quite the same level of job loss as most sectors, in part because of the insurance industry's ability to quickly adapt and have workers work some from home or whatever. So, but again, it was like a think fast thing. It had to be done immediately. And there was ongoing uncertainty and agility. After an extraordinary year of public health, social justice, and climate emergencies, business owners, employees, and consumers alike have developed a new outlook on life, perhaps permanently. So anyway, that's about all I've got to start out with. I'm going to let Stephen,
Thank you. Thank you so much, Cindy.
Uh-huh.
All right. All right, how's everybody doing today? I want to start off by introducing myself as well. Thank you, Cindy, for giving us an insight on that. We really do appreciate that. My name is Stephen T. Keys. I am from the city of Chicago. My background is in accounting and tax. I do own an accounting and tax service where we offer sales tax, payroll tax. We do everything that has to do with helping small businesses to individual taxes as well, okay? Some of the things in this ever-changing world, especially due to COVID, has had an impact on a lot of industries. And the majority of most industries, including the insurance, as Cindy mentioned earlier, a lot of people were able to step away from the office and utilize like a home office space, okay? And this has been tremendous. This has been something that pretty much changed the course of the way we view finance, because now that's where technology will come into play, okay? And in our financial industry, in order for us to keep those sales, in order for us to keep our clients and our customers happy, we had to learn to adapt because we were facing something that was new to everybody. And as everyone knows, the financial industry is really tough. So I'm gonna start off by saying one of the things of what is a premium, okay? A premium is the amount of money you pay an insurance company in exchange for an insurance policy. It can consist of a number of things, okay? And it's that goes into calculations of the insurance premium, okay? Now, with the way that the world is going now, taking advantage of the digital world is where we would benefit more versus doing it from 10 years to 15 years ago, doing it the old way. So as the world heals from this pandemic, I do believe that the digital world will now, I don't think that it can go back to ever being the same as it was before, okay? So yes, change is coming. With the different types of life insurance that we need to take advantage of would be, we have our term insurance, and we also have what is called the universal variable, okay? Those two are really good because, see, when you think of insurance, you think you are supposed to receive money when someone dies, okay? But how about taking advantage of that money while you're alive? And that's why we call it life insurance, okay? A lot of people don't know you can build cash value, okay, when it comes to building that wealth of insurance, and you don't have to wait until someone passes away to take advantage of that, okay? So insurance companies, it is said, and I was going over a couple of articles that I saw that was pretty good in the 2021 trend of insurances, okay? But a lot, the financial report says that 21% of customers say their insurance providers do not offer any customizations, okay? The same research indicate that 80% of customers are craving personalized offers, and 77% are willing to trade their behavior data in exchange for lower premiums and quicker settlements, okay? Now, as we enter into the 2022 year, we don't know what it really may hold. Honestly, personally, I believe that this is something new for everybody, and we're still learning to adapt. No matter what the data says, no matter no matter what we may think, we're entering into that era, guys, to where we have to take advantage of this technology, okay? It's like everything today, it's so amazing how you can utilize, you can just pull up one thing on your cell phone, and that's like your whole computer, okay? So you can go to a bank, go checking your bank accounts, bank apps. You could download your insurance app. Now insurances are coming up with ways where the person doesn't have to call that actual person. Everything could be done through a chat, okay? And that's a part of the digital world too as well. So we are moving from a time where things aren't going to be the same. But as I go over some of the things that a lot of customers want, and as I was looking at this, it's so amazing that the data actually says that people are comfortable with the digital. So if you can just get a person to have a computer, whether it's a tablet, desktop, to a cell phone, okay, with the internet on it, that is the way of the world today. You can go and check anything on that cell phone, on that tablet, on that computer, because that is the way that the world has changed too. Cindy, do you have anything that you would like to input?
No, I can say another trend in the insurance industry is people are living longer. Like I said, I talked to a lot of elderly. One thing that's a little bit disturbing is I don't know how many 80, 85, 90, 99-year-olds I've talked to that are out there in their homes by themselves, and they don't really have any support. You know, and some sound like they're capable of doing that and some don't. But, you know, the fact that people are living longer and they're not getting, some are not getting as sick as before. So that might be a good trend for the insurance industry that they're, I hate to say it, but I mean, insurance companies are in business to make a profit. That's why they're in the business on, not the only reason they're in business because they like helping people, but that age trend means we're going to keep getting their premium, monthly premium, for longer and longer. But they're all, I totally, absolutely agree with the life insurance. I like the fixed index universal life policies. They don't have guaranteed returns of maybe like 0.5%. But if you watch their trends over like 20 years, their average gain is like 8%, where you're not going to get that much of a return in any bank. And building cash value that you can borrow against, the living benefits, absolutely. I think you can borrow up to 90% of the, or not borrow, they just, if you end up with a terminal or a chronic illness, you can get access to like 90% of it, you know, so then, and you don't have to pay it back. But also the FFIUL, the cash values, at some point, if you keep that policy long enough, you're not only going to get the face value, but you're going to start getting the cash value added together as an even higher death benefit than you otherwise would have gotten. So, you know, I spent a lot of time selling life insurance too. Those are the type of policies that most insurance agents will get on themselves too. You can build up retirement that way, tax-free retirement. It's not taxed when it gets taken out. But also, one thing as an insurance agent, I really wish that people would go and get your grandchildren insurance, whole life policies while they're young, and they can get it really cheap. I just got another $100,000 on my grandson for $37 a month. You know, and that's set for his whole life at that amount if he keeps it later. But
yeah, and I totally agree with you, Cindy, because it's important for us to have insurance. That is one. If we're not gonna spend anything or like for our household, I would say start with that insurance first. You know, because that's something that you can pass down. You know, if something happens, God forbid, to anyone, you know, in our household, especially with the way that the world is now. Like I could take myself for an example. You know, I have a couple policies myself. I do have a term. I have a variable. Okay, those go hand in hand. So I am able to put money in and watch it grow. You know, the goal is to watch it grow because you know, as the world changes, we have to think about you know, the family, our families, and that is one good asset to start, especially when it comes to saving or watching your money grow. Yeah.
plus the other thing, I mean, how many funerals have you all been to? When somebody passes away, that's the first thing the family's going to ask or whoever is how much life insurance did they have? And unfortunately, there's a lot of people that put it way off until they're 70, 75, and you can't get that much then. You need to get it when you don't need it and get it early when you're still healthy enough to get a good, a good rate on your policy. But I also see in the life insurance industry, and I credit artificial intelligence to this, it's a whole lot easier to sell a life insurance policy now than it used to be. You know, not that COVID-19 was good, but it's changed to where we can sell it virtually, and the companies are now allowing us to do that. I don't know how many 3-hour round trips I went on to get down there, and guess you have an appointment, guess what? They're not there, and they won't answer the phone after that either. I even had one lead that dropped me off in the middle of a prison parking lot. So, you know, and any other improvements in the insurance industry, especially the leads, you know, if you're going to try and make a profit off something, and this is all, you know, the insurance policies are wanting good, solid leads to people who really are wanting the product, and it's still, there's probably a lot of room for improvement there because they get a lot of leads from people that they're not interested, you know, they sign them up and say, we'll call this person anyway, but, so, and the company I'm working with now, selling Medicare, our focus is on your call ratio. Out of like 10 calls, how many policies did you actually sell? And also our time spent on actually in the computer system, you know, looking for the people that are wanting to get like Medicare policies. Same thing goes with life insurance policies. Car insurance, the same thing. They depend a lot on leads. And if you get a bad batch of leads, you know, you're stuck with it until you find a company that will get you better leads, because that's what ultimately is going to lead to having a policy and being able to make a profit and taking care of the people that are requesting whatever insurance it is. So, so anyway, are there any questions out there, or does anybody have any experiences, especially that your company experienced when COVID first happened? You know, any input at all?
Yeah, any questions?
I can still go over. I've got a few things from Deloitte. I do have a report from Deloitte and Touche, a well-known consulting firm, and they came up with their trends in the insurance industry as well. They've got a big article about it. They said 2021 insurance outlook, accelerating recovery from the pandemic while pivoting to thrive. Where the insurance stand as they enter 2021, what a difference a year makes, or even a few months. The COVID-19 pandemic and resulting economic fallout radically shifted consumer and employee needs, habits, and expectations, while compelling virtualization of insurance operations practically overnight. You know, I know right after COVID happened, I was working for Allstate at the time, and we had the choice whether we wanted to keep our doors open and keep selling out of an office, or if we wanted to try and work from home or just sit out. And you know, we decided, of course, to go into the office with limited contact from the public. But those first few drives right after that happened, it was like driving in a ghost town. I mean, everything, this was in Kentucky, everything just screeched to a halt. So we got through that. A global outlook survey by Deloitte's Center for Financial Services found that many insurers know they still have their work cut out for them, even after spending most of 2020 adapting to the outbreak's impact. 48% of 200 responding insurance executives agreed that the pandemic showed how unprepared our business was to weather this economic storm, while only 25% strongly agreed that their carrier had a clear vision and action plan to maintain operational and financial resilience. Pandemic losses hurt the property casualty bottom line. To illustrate, North American property casualty insurers saw first half annualized GAAP operating return on average equity fall to 2.8% from 8.3% the year before. That's a huge impact. And, you know, being from a business background, of course, you know your investors are looking, you've got to have a profit out there. You've got to have a return on investment. If you don't, you're dead as a company. Okay, let me see what else they went over. Looking ahead to 2021 and beyond, businesses must concurrently manage 3 key phases of the COVID-19 crisis: respond, recover, and thrive. When the pandemic emerged, insurers responded by taking immediate steps to ensure business continuity and help customers and their communities cope. As they head into 2021, insurers should consider a mix of offensive and defensive actions to accelerate longer-term recovery efforts and pivot to the thrive phase when growth is re-emphasized despite challenging economic conditions. You know, and we could go on and on for hours discussing this topic. I know just from the Medicare side, the biggest requests I get are to address people's dental and pharmacy needs.
Cindy.
And,
Well,
okay.
actually, I got a comment. You had said you wanted somebody that works in the insurance industry to provide some additional insights. I work for an insurance company. I'm the internal auditor for Encova Mutual Insurance Group. We do property and casualty. We have a life insurance arm. We do heavily into the workers' compensation side.
Okay.
So let's talk a little bit about life insurance. You had made a comment about, you know, with COVID, were there any effects with respect to life insurance? We are still obligated to pay life insurance claims no matter, you know, how the individual passed away, whether it was from COVID or some other thing.
Okay.
But on the underwriting side, what we started doing is looking at things like comorbidity. So we revised our underwriting criteria a little bit so that if there was an individual that was over a certain age or had a certain health thing, that we may not provide them or may not offer that type of insurance to that type of an individual. So we revised our underwriting criteria. For automobile, what we saw was, as you had said, we saw a decrease in the frequency. People weren't driving, people weren't getting into accidents as often, but what we did see was an increase in the severity. And you know, from personal experience, I drive into work every morning. I was driving into work when, you know, it was a ghost town and there was nobody going into work. And there were people that were on the 2-lane highway doing 80, 90, 100 miles an hour, zooming past us. And I think what we're seeing now is that people still are in that mindset, even though people are starting to go back to work. And so when the frequency is starting to the severity is outweighing the benefits that we got from the reduction in frequency. The other thing we saw was a significant increase in litigation. We offer workers' compensation insurance. We have a provision in our workers' compensation policies, which is something they call ISO language, which specifically excludes pandemics. And yet we still had some states that were trying to pass legislation to retroactively take that away, even though it's a contract. And you can't change a contract retroactively. They were trying to do that. So there was a number of litigation cases related to that. Now, there are instances in workers' comp where we did pay claims on COVID. People that were in the healthcare industry, first responders, things like that, where they could show that they got the COVID as a result of what they were doing. But we couldn't pay claims on somebody that got COVID and you didn't know where they got it from. I mean, they could have got it from home. We don't know. And then the last thing I would say with respect to the work environment in our company, if you had asked us pre-COVID, you know, what our philosophy was on work from home, it would have been, we strongly discourage it. And when COVID hit, we pivoted, and it was amazing. The amount, how quickly we were able to adapt to this new method of doing business. We had, right now, I think we've got 80% of our employees are working remotely, and it's working. Now, obviously, there's some areas that can't work remotely. You can't have your mail room working remotely because somebody's got to, you know, to go through the mail and make sure we're getting the checks and things like that, because there are some people that still mail us checks. And our facilities, we got to have somebody that's there to make sure that, you know, the building is secure and things like that. So that's kind of this perspective that I have on it. So there was some impacts on it. But for the most part, insurance industry as a whole, it was amazing how we were able to continue to do what we were doing despite some of these roadblocks and bumps in the road that were coming as a result of the COVID pandemic.
So how does your company feel about selling life insurance without the agents actually going into the home and meeting with them? You know?
It was difficult. Now, we have independent agents. We don't have captive agents. But our president of our life insurance company said life insurance is a difficult product to sell anyways. Nobody wants to buy life insurance because basically what you're saying is, I'm putting money aside for when I die. And it's like, well, what benefit is that going to be to me? I mean, that's still the mentality. Obviously, you got the life benefits and things like that they're not fully aware of yet, and hopefully that'll come about and people will see the benefits of that. But to your point, it's not something that you can sell over the phone. It's something that you got to convince people to buy. It's something that you got to walk them through how this process works. You know, you're going to pay money in. Here's the benefits that you're going to get. You know, here's what's going to happen if you know, you get a critical illness. Here's some riders that we can put onto this. It's not something that can go over that you can do over the phone. And as a result, you know, we saw some impacts from that. Our sales on life insurance policies went down. But the other impact that we had from a life insurance perspective, life insurance is what they call a long-tailed product. You try and match the investment income that you're getting against what you think your claims are going to be. And so, you know, we invest in conservative investments for obvious reasons because, you know, they're fairly stable, they're safe. But when you're investing something at, you know, less than a 1% interest rate, it just doesn't work. And so what we had to do is we had to start looking at alternative investments. We started looking at private placement loans. We started looking at you know, things that you typically wouldn't see an insurance company getting involved with. Things that are still safe, you know, relatively safe, but not as liquid. But if you're in a life insurance company, you don't need the liquidity. You know, you can set yourself up for a longer duration so you can hold on to an investment for a longer period of time before you have to cash it in. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
So did you, for your liquid investment, did you invest in the wine?
Well, wine, yeah, wine's liquid, but, you know, the thing that concerns me about it, the reason I asked that question, I was making a joke about the, you know, wine being an illiquid asset. But the reason I was asking the question also is, you know, wine is something that, it's not like gold, it's not like platinum. You know, it'll age and then it could turn into vinegar. So it could lose value based on, you know, the fact of how you're storing it or something like that. You know, art, you can buy a piece of art and, you know, it's probably going to increase in value, but wine is one of those strange ones. I would never invest in wine because I'd probably end up drinking it.
But really, the investment thesis for wine investing, they actually, there's a group from Europe that actually does recommend, they have a wine investment portfolio. And it's kind of doubled its, but I would never invest in them because I would rather drink them. I'm with you there.
Anybody who does want to, my Aunt Phyllis loves wine in the box, and she drinks a lot of it. So you might want to invest in that. But I think with that, we're at time. So I wanted to thank everyone for your participation, and then also for the two of you for a great fireside chat. And we'll move on to the next thing. Thank you very much.
Okay, now's when you trip going down the stairs.
Thanks so much, folks, for those enlightening and very path-breaking ideas, and what a wonderful discussion that was as well. And now we're on to the subject of insurance. So let's take a deep dive into the key insurtech trends that will drive the industry. Please join me in welcoming keynote speaker for this session. His name is Rory Douglas, who is the founder and executive advisor at Aqua Financial Center and Aquaman Technologies. Stage is yours, Rory. Let's give it up for him.
Okay, gotcha. Hello, everyone. How you guys doing? I know it's been a long day, right? All right. Well, you guys know my name is Rory Douglas, and I'm actually a financial educator and high-performance life coach and international best-selling author. So today, I'm going to be talking to you guys about key insurtech trends. And I'm going to talk about 5 trends that I believe is pretty much the future, and it's here right now. So I'm just going to jump right off into my presentation. And the first thing that I'm going to talk about is pretty much insurtech. What is that? It's basically insurance technology, artificial intelligence. You know, today we walk into the banks, what do we see? Machines. We walk into the airport, we see machines. We also walk into the stores and we see machines. In the next 5 years in America, 85 million jobs are going to be displaced due to artificial intelligence. So technology is so important. So let's talk about the old industry. In the old industry, we talk about the brick and mortar. So we went from brick and mortar to click and order. In an old industry, when I was a kid, the insurance agent came to my home. I see a guy back there, he's waving his head, but insurance agents came to our homes, pretty much talked to the family and gave them insurance. Now, in the new industry, what we're dealing with right now, it's polar opposite. So when we talk about not only mailing and emails, and also when it comes down to billing, it's totally different. Now, in the brick and mortar particular form, it's customer experience and also customer service, and also too, accessibility. But when we deal with e-commerce, now we're talking about speed, efficiency, also service, and not only that, customer service and affordability also too. So now what we see versus the old and the new, a lot of the baby boomers today, and the baby boomers are pretty much falling behind. And most of the people in our industry pretty much fit that baby boomers profile. So the baby boomers today are going to really have to get their shift together. I didn't curse, pretty much shift their minds about a new industry, because I believe it's a lot of opportunity right now. But we have to be willing on bridging both of those together to make some magic happen. So here's my 5 trends when it comes down to insurtech and the insurance industry. The first one is models that are personalized products. So we're talking about right now that human interaction in our business sometimes are becoming obsolete right now, which means companies are trying to save money, get more done, and spend less. That's what we're dealing with. So even though the insurance industry is the fastest growing industry, is it growing fast because everyone's running to it? No, that's not true, because what we see now, the average insurance agent is pretty much like a baby boomer. And insurance agencies are looking for people to actually get into our industry also too. So when we think about humans' interaction being obsolete, also we got to talk about lifestyles, apps, and things of that sort. It's technology. So when I talk to insurance agents today, and when you start talking about technology, artificial intelligence, it's pretty much obsolete for them. They really don't understand it. Now, right now, we're dealing with a pandemic, and in my business, we're like 80% up in the midst of a pandemic, simply because we've considered 4 years ago, 5 years ago, technology. So important. So when we talk about artificial intelligence and bots are taking over, robots, which means when we call for customer service, what we see is artificial intelligence, bots communicating with the consumer. So this is where we are. And not only that, also too, due to artificial intelligence, actually push claims even quicker when it comes down to the efficiency. For instance, medical exams used to be actually mandatory. So now we're seeing now medical exams, no medical exams, and based off that MIB, things being approved right on the spot due to artificial intelligence. So that's where we are. So the question is, can we take both of these industries and bridge them together? Because we talked about the brick and the mortar and then click and order, the millennials. So when I say millennials, baby boomers and millennials, it's pretty much two things that's happening right now. So I'm going to go into it a little more. Now, the next thing is basically the advanced analytics when it comes down to the proactiveness. Now we see today in the insurance industry, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok are all important when it comes down to our industry. And you'll be surprised, a lot of the agents are not even using these particular technologies to actually run their business more efficiency and also create movement in their business. So it's important today to actually use those social media platforms to help you in your business. Like right now, I would say maybe about 85% of our business and our organization is being done through Zoom. Once again, we're talking about a click and order concept. And today, people, they don't buy books, they don't buy music, they buy you. So as agents, we have to be willing on being us, and today, we can actually reach the world. So I call it basically word of mouth, but technology word of mouth. Being yourself, talking to multiple people, and basically connecting with people. And that's what it's all about, if you're gonna have business for a lifetime versus a lunchtime. So also too, partnership is so important right now. It's so important. I mean, it's open. It's wide open, this business. The opportunity is endless in terms of partnership. Now we see with the partnership that's happening right now, it's basically mostly the millennials that are the ones that are willing on going with this new trend as far as artificial intelligence and technologies. The millennials are really, really leading the pack when it comes down to that. But I believe when it comes down to the baby boomers, with all of the experience we have right now in this industry, I think that if we bridge both things together, I'm telling you, it's endless as far as how far we can go in the industry. And we're talking about mainstreaming blockchains. That's important also too. Once again, artificial intelligence. You know, we got technology that's pretty much preventing fraud and making sure that we're getting data and putting things together. So when it comes down to, like I said, bots and artificial intelligence, that stuff may sound a little strange to you guys because, you know, normally we talk a different language in our particular field. So it's important to know that all of these technologies and all this data, all this stuff together pretty much is a whole exciting it's a lot of opportunity. It's a new way of doing things. So I guess the question I would ask right now, are agents becoming obsolete? So even though the insurance industry is the fastest growing industry, it's not like we have so many agents that's actually joining our industry. Because the insurance companies now are operating using these technologies, which means agents and things of that sort, if we're not using these technologies to help us, then I believe we can get lost in the sauce, which means a lot of us cannot connect out here in the marketplace. So it's important to use the technology, and not only that, get on top of the technology and use it to your benefit. That's so important. And then once again, I would argue, is the brick and mortar insurance agency model dead? You know, and I would say yes and no. Because the biggest wealth transformation in America is taking place right now as we speak. We have over $27 trillion sitting in retirement plans. $13 trillion sitting in US banks earning less than 1%. And the baby boomers, we have about 2 million a day retiring. And it's a transform of wealth that's taking place right now. And that new industry, which are the millennials, I hate to say this, but they don't really care about their brick and mortar concept. So once that wealth transfer, the old industry is dead. So now we have a new industry that's coming in. And I think it's an exciting time for the millennials and the baby boomers. But we have to be willing on having an open mind to put both of them together, so therefore we can have business once again for a lifetime and not a lunchtime. So I want you guys to look at this picture as I get ready to end my presentation. That's a picture of a vulture, and that's a young girl. This picture was actually shot in Africa by a famous photographer, and he got a lot of awards for this particular picture. And one day, the reporter came up to him and said, "Hey, whatever happened to the little girl?" He said, I don't know. That reporter actually committed suicide. So the moral of the story is, you guys, that if we don't get ahead of this technology, we may be the prey to the industry. So I encourage the baby boomers, and not only the baby boomers, as well as the millennials, basically take InsurTech, artificial intelligence, take all of that and use it, so therefore we can build a new industry. And not only build a new industry, things are pretty much endless of what we can do in this particular industry. I love this industry when it comes down to financial education. And right now in America, it's a serious time because the average American is about 1 to 2 paychecks away from being homeless, and 1 out of 3 Americans in debt. The average college student changed their major about 4 times. And we don't have a money problem, we have a literacy problem. So I really want to encourage you guys to embrace not only financial literacy as agents and organizations, also embrace technology and use it while we can. So therefore you can build a big industry. And I believe that the millennials and the baby boomers, if we put this together, we're going to have an industry that's going to be unstoppable. So that's my time, you guys, and thank you for listening.
Great. Yeah, thank you again, Rory, for that. So we do have a little bit more time before we have our break. So again, I know that this group of, oh, you have a comment, question? Is that okay, Rory? Yeah. All right, this guy's tough, watch out. He likes up close personal, up close and personal.
Okay. Listen, very good job, my friend. Okay. Peter Drucker, in his forward-looking statement many years ago, said this: 21st century, successful 21st century organizations are going to basically be driven by 3 things. The first one is collaboration. Okay. The second one is the formation of teams and organizations that are accountable to each other. Okay. And the third one is an intelligent infrastructure that will enable synergy and growth. What I saw you stand up there and do, my friend, is basically articulate Drucker's vision of the 21st century organization. So well done, because you talked about infrastructure, AI-driven, you talked about a partnership, and the implication of that is obviously collaboration and accountability. Good job. Well, you're welcome.
All right, let's give him a hand. Anybody else? Any other questions?
Yeah, no, actually, I just want to say that you actually hit on all the points that a lot of the other presenters were doing actually specific entire talks about. And one of the questions I have for you, since you seem to be pretty forward thinking with the technology, the last presenters were talking about how COVID had affected the insurance industry. A lot of people are talking about AI, but with all this Zooming and different kind of client interaction, all that kind of stuff, do you see that stuff, that sort of way of doing business staying, or do you think the COVID things that went into place will maybe stop and go back to the way things were?
That's a great question. You know, my organization, we basically start using Zoom and technology 5 years ago. And right now, the consumer confidence is really not there because of COVID, and that's quite naturally should be there. But I believe that we're not going back to the old model. That's the reason why I was talking about $27 trillion sitting sitting in retirement plans and wealth transformation. But right now, the insurance industry have no idea about the tech industry and technology and artificial intelligence. So I'm hammering that word because I really want us to fuse both of those together. Because, as I said before, the best form of marketing is word of mouth. That's why I said technology word of mouth, which means you can basically talk to the world now via Zoom, and the consumer is confident, right? So therefore, I think we should be taking advantage of that technology, not running away from it, not backing up and pivoting from it. We should actually embrace it, especially with all of this talent that's in the room. Like I heard the woman back there speaking, all of this talent, when she was talking about the FFIULs and all these different things, it's a lot of talent. But what I see is that the agents today primarily are baby boomers, and they're not really open to that. And they're used to knocking on doors and prospecting and doing all of that, when actually they can work smart and not hard, which means sit down, talk to people face to face, the consumer's comfortable, and really, really hammer it and help a lot of people and change the world. Because if we don't do that, I'm telling you, we're going to get lost in the sauce.
I'm one of those people who shouldn't even be allowed to have a cell phone. Like, I can't even operate it correctly yet. Any other questions from anybody? Great. So our next activity will be the coffee break for the afternoon. That's going to be in a little bit, so we still have some time. Again, what I've noticed from this conference in particular is that there was a lot of networking that goes on and a lot of sidebarring. So if you want to continue to do that, go ahead, and then I'll let you know when they start the tea break. But go ahead, Rory.
Also, you guys, you can go to RoryKDouglas.com, RoryKDouglas.com, and actually get one of my new books. It's called Cracking the Rich Code, and it's currently an international bestseller. It's with Tony Robbins, Kevin Harrington from ABC, Shark Tank, and Jim Britt and myself. And really, I want to push the message of artificial intelligence in terms of what we do in our marketplace. So thank you for listening.
Thanks, man. Great job.
people I've worked with over the past 30 years that have helped me to develop because I've learned from each and every one of them.
Welcome back, everyone. Hope you are fully caffeinated and ready for the second half of the afternoon. Without taking up much more of your time here, let's quickly begin the most awaited panel discussion of this three-day event. This session will feature discussions on the challenges faced by financial companies in emerging economies. There are multiple forces that may inhibit the progress of financial companies in growing markets, such as too much competition from government-owned entities, strict regulations, and higher consumer demand for innovative products and competitive prices. This session explores solutions to these issues and the way forward. To begin deliberations on this topic, I would like to invite the session's moderator. Her name is Ingrid Vesoulou-Veltez. She is the founder at the Institute for Science, Entrepreneurship, and Investments. Please welcome her with me.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. It's a great pleasure to be here. I have the honor to be joined during this panel by three experts in the field. We're going to focus on the challenges financial companies encounter in emerging economies. Please allow me to welcome Jasmine Yang. Careful. The first challenge is to get on the podium. Then Ernesto Gonzalez, welcome. And our third panelist is Javier Gironella San Juan. Please have a seat.
Right? I think so.
So as we all know, the pandemic has placed tremendous challenges for all markets, not only emerging markets. And today, we want to highlight some of those. To start us off, I thought it would be interesting for our audience to hear how we can affect the growth in emerging economies in this post-pandemic environment by addressing the importance of the human capital. So maybe, Jasmine, could you share some of your insights, how important the human capital is in emerging economies?
Absolutely. And I think it's very important, like you said, in a post-pandemic environment, we need to invest in human capital. Of course, human capital and emerging markets are directly correlated. The more you invest in your human capital, the more the economy can grow. For instance, let's say we have a technology company and I work there, and the company invests in my education for the company, and I excel in the program, and I decide that I want to stay. The education that I received could possibly turn into new products or new services that the company could use or basically help the economy grow. Or whether I decide, I want to leave the company and take the knowledge that I've learned and use it for a company that I want to grow on my own. Either way, whether I stay with the company or if I leave, I'm still bringing my knowledge into the economy, and the economy will grow. So I think it's very important that we continue to invest in human capital, because without human capital, it will stunt the growth of an economy. So it's very important that we invest in that.
Thank you. That was very insightful. Ernesto, maybe you can share also your perspective.
Well, I agree absolutely with Jasmine. I mean, she's hitting the spot right there. One of the things that it's also very important, since we are talking also about emerging economies, is we need to consider the culture of the place or the country where you're trying to develop all this technology or the human capital, or eventually create some additional investments. We are used to particular culture here in the United States that has some particular ways of growing, which is very different from the way that probably in Latin America they behave, they react. And a small example is a very good friend of mine asked me a couple of years ago. He was trying to do some business in Mexico, and he was very frustrated because he said, every time that I ask someone if we're going to do business, they always say yes, but they never answer back, they never call back, they stop responding to my emails, but they said yes, and they said yes many times. We went for lunch, we went for dinner, And it's funny because that's the truth, you know, in at least in Mexico, which is the country, the emerging economy that I'm most familiar with, is people are very used to say yes, you know, they just don't know how to say no. I know Javier has some experience, obviously, in Mexico as well. And it's just part of the culture. So that human capital is absolutely imperative. But always keep in mind that training and that education and that growth has to fit the particular population of that particular region.
Yeah.
So Javier, can you share more thoughts about
Sure.
LATAM?
I think to add to what Jasmine and Ernesto said, there's been a trend in the last 5 to 10 years, at least in Mexico, which is where I'm most familiar with. Good human capital used to go to another country to develop itself. So you had great developers that were born and raised in Mexico, for example, and they would get the best job offers and the best opportunities to grow and develop in the US, for example, now working for these giant technology companies. And what we've seen in the last 5 to 10 years, I would say, is that since those big technological companies are making huge investments in Latin America, it's not the other way around, but a lot of good human capital is staying within the country. So it's forming these kind of clusters within at least Mexico that I've seen, where they're cultivating a culture similar to what Silicon Valley is or was all these years before. So in Mexico you have, for example, Guadalajara, where a lot of technological human capital is being developed. So I think it's great that we've seen this shift, especially in emerging markets, because one of the first challenges you face, especially in the startup sector, is that access to talent might be limited not only by your local competitors, but also what other economies may offer. So, I mean, it's great to have seen that shift, and that is happening. More investment is being attracted to the country because those human assets are staying within the emerging markets.
I would also like to add to that as well, with emerging technologies in the market as well. I feel like we need to find a balance between human capital and emerging technologies, because you don't want to depend so much on the new emerging technologies that are coming out, you know, all the automation, and you totally neglect the human capital piece of the market. So I think it's very important that we try to find a balance within emerging markets to keep human capital in, I guess you can say, in alignment with the new emerging technologies as well.
And you know what, Jasmine? Just adding a little bit about what you just said, that's incredibly important. I think there is an over-expectation of what technology can do for us today. There's an over-expectation of what artificial intelligence can do for us today. Artificial intelligence is a fairly new technology evolving every day, but today cannot solve all our problems.
Right.
As a matter of fact, it can create probably more problems than it can actually solve. Yet, now, however, there are some industries and some sectors where artificial intelligence is doing it's thriving, is doing a terrific job. You know, we have cars that drive by themselves. I mean, come on, I mean, that's unbelievable. So it is very important to, yes, take into consideration technology, but when you are talking about emerging economies, you also have to take into account that many of these economies have a very low wage or average of salaries for that particular hires.
Right.
So it's sometimes a little bit hard to compensate a technology that is not there yet evolved to be able to solve our problems when you have the access to all these employees, very talented people in countries such as Mexico, in China, China, I'm not even sure it can be considered anymore an emerging economy, but there's all these countries with amazing talent, amazing people that you can actually find for really good prices. I mean, well, I don't want to say the word prices, but for a very low cost.
Yes. Great, and I can echo what all of you mentioned about LATAM and your experience in the United States. I work with multinational companies, including China and Africa, and I think they experience the same challenges but I think we also can consider emerging technologies as an opportunity. Can you comment, all of you, your experience with emerging technologies as an opportunity? How can we turn this challenge that we have globally into an opportunity? Jasmine?
I would say with emerging technologies, using it for opportunities, I think it's an opportunity for growth for the individual businesses in the market, because you can always use technology for automation to make your processes better. And when you're doing that, you're gonna increase your revenue, you're gonna increase your productivity. So it's always good for emerging technologies to be considered as an opportunity and not necessarily a challenge. And then when you bring that into consideration, then you have your consumer spending that increases. And when your consumer spending increases, there's the growth in the economy. So I think emerging technologies, basically like you said, Ingrid, we should look at it as an opportunity and not as a challenge.
Absolutely. We didn't get a chance to talk a little bit about what we do, but just bringing a little bit, a few things in perspective about my experience. I own several companies. I have a holding company and a mergers and acquisition company, and my core business is in manufacturing. So how emerging technologies fit in that particular arena, they're very different from for example, other companies that I also own, which are more in the distribution sector. You know, we have online stores. We have a distribution and a one-to-one to mom and pops and to veterinarians and to other kind of things. And robotics has come a long way on how they can make a production line a way more efficient. And we have been seeing that being implemented into our manufacturing facilities, robotics, artificial intelligence, and other kinds of very, very cool gear and gadgets and things that work very well. To where in distribution, for example, or in an online store, we have 2 online stores in Mexico, this particular technology has played against us. Not the platform itself. We use a platform that works very well as far as technology is concerned. But we try to implement, for example, bots. Bots that can answer very, very quickly to questions that people have about their pets, about concerns that they may have. It's a pet shop. We sell dog food and cat food and other kind of accessories. But anyway, people come in concerned about their pets. Pets have become a very important member of a family nucleus. So it's just, we haven't been able to get that technology to work for us. Actually, it's worked against us because we haven't been able to develop to the point to where the bot actually feels human. And as a matter of fact, we're probably going to start stepping away from that particular part of technology because it's hurting us and it's not helping us. We want humans to interact with humans, mostly when it becomes a matter of emotion and about love and about, it's very important that we keep that human capital in place. But you have obviously a lot of experience with technology and other things.
Yeah, for sure. I think you both brought up some important points that I wanted to discuss. First of all, the balance between technology versus human capital, and that I don't think we're at a point where we can rely entirely on technology. I agree completely with that. And the other point, focusing more on emerging markets, is how do we use that technology to bridge that gap that is a very common pattern in emerging markets, in emerging economies, where there's a very small percentage of upper class, there's a big percentage of low class, and a very small percentage of middle class. That tends to grow throughout the years, but it's not quite there yet when you compare it with an established economy like the United States, for example. So I think it's a double-sided sword, so to speak, about technology. We've had the internet for a lot of years, but in the case of Mexico, the percentage of people that don't have access to internet at their homes is still pretty high to this day. But one curious fact is that mobile phones are bridging that gap. So a lot of people that didn't have internet access before are starting to get that access to a lot of information and resources and all the benefits that we know that the internet brings. And I think that's an important point. How are we using AI, blockchain, and all the other technologies that are being developed now to bridge that gap and bring the emerging economies more on par with an established economy. And we've seen in the last 2 to 3 years, I believe, a lot of new initiatives, especially in the insurance sector, where they're developing new products or services, or they give a spin to an existing product to bring it more on par with technological advancements. So I think it's great. I think it's at an early stage right now, at least in Mexico, which is where I have the most experience with. But I think that trend is going to continue, and it may close that gap that we have with established economies.
And I think that what you just said also, Javier, about the capability or the availability of this technology to the different kind of economic class, financial class within a country or within a population, it's key. I didn't know, so we when we started with these online stores and trying to, get Facebook ads and Google ads, and I mean, just as a little additional piece of information, I'm not a tech guy. I'm a business guy, and I love to listen to the tech guys. I'm fascinated about it, but I'm absolutely not a tech guy. So we come into this, and it was a very, very long and expensive learning curve for me to try to understand all this. And within the learning of the whole operation, we hired a marketing company out of Florida. Why? Because I grew up here in the United States. Why? Because I understand that the United States model, business model, is amazing. Why? Because we're leading in so many areas in the world as far as marketing is concerned, as far as customer experience is concerned. So I wanted to take that to Mexico. I'm talking a lot about Mexico right now because it's the one that we've been developing more our business in. We're opening offices in Chile in a month, so we'll see how that goes. But as we continue trying to open a market in Mexico, we hire the experience that I wanted, because I know that the Mexican market and Mexican people love quality. They love service, they love quality, but they don't have access to that level of quality that they're demanding. So that's what we wanted to offer. And we prepared all this way to be able to get to these people, thinking that it was a similar approach to the one in the United States. So the marketing agency we hired out of Florida started considering that about anywhere between 40 to 60% of the sales were going to be able to be obtained through desktops, because that's the way that it works in the United States, through a laptop, through a desktop. In Mexico, after several months of figuring out why weren't we being able to sell and people were not buying from us, it resulted that over 95% of the actual use of computers or technology or the internet is done through a smartphone. Yeah. So, I mean, that's a very big number. We were not being able to get to at least 95% of the users effectively. So all those things that you were talking about right now, they're very important when you're going to try to invest in a market such as Latin America or anywhere else in the world. Understand that very well first.
Yeah, actually, the Asian market and the African market are experiencing the same thing, and mobile phones and mobile payments and fintech in general is heavily based on these technologies. That's why also 5G and IoT are promising to be a groundbreaking change in the way we can impact these markets. And you all so far have mentioned, of course, just for our audience to get a feel, we've touched on human transformation that needs to complement digital transformation. We've touched on financial inclusion and bridging those digital divide gaps that we have around the world. And now I wanted us to move a little bit towards the other challenges that we all are very familiar with, such as legal, compliance, policy challenges. And I wanted to ask Jasmine, you as a federal auditor, maybe you can share a little bit your experience in the United States with our audience?
Absolutely. So, of course, I do have federal government experience, 10 years with the federal government across 4 different agencies. And I will say post-pandemic, we've seen a lot of issues with regulatory compliance. And the reason for that is because a lot of regulations are changing because we're in this new space now. We've had a lot of audits dealing with COVID supplies and things of that nature, especially dealing with veteran affairs and getting the veterans what they need. So it's been a challenge because as these new regulations are coming about, we're also auditing for compliance for that. And it makes it very hard for the client because not only do they have to learn the new regulations very quickly, but they have to be in compliance at the same time. So it's very, very frustrating. Similar to emerging markets as well, you're going into a new market that you're not really sure about. It's an uncharted territory. So it makes it very hard to be in compliance with something that's totally new. What do you think about that?
Well, that's absolutely right. I mean, going and just regulations anywhere you go, I mean, it's a big burden that you have just to go through it.
Right.
Now, understanding the way that these regulations are, that you can comply, to the regulations of different particular governments.
Right.
It's key. And I mean, as an example, there's a way in many of these countries to expedite the process. Mm-hmm. And in order to be able to expedite the process, you have to do certain things that in the American culture, in the United States, are not common. Mm-hmm. And I don't want to call it bribes because that's a bad word mostly if we're in kind of streaming and all that. But there are these fees that until recently, and I'm not really sure where that is right now in the United States, these particular fees, consulting fees, were actually tax deductible.
Right.
Because it's understanding that that's part of doing business. So there's many people that have gone in and adding just a little bit more background. I mean, I think that it's underestimated the amount of United States citizens that are moving to these emerging economies to be able to invest and get out of the United States, just because the United States has also, its own problems that some people just want to get out, away from it. And for example, I mean, Mexico has anywhere between 800,000 to 1.5 million Americans living in Mexico as permanent residents, bringing money to Mexico, creating jobs, creating all these great, bringing technology and everything else. And all these people are there in Mexico doing business, and eventually they have to go through those regulations, and eventually they have to learn how to be able to become more efficient. So yes, you have to jump through hoops, definitely, through a lot of hoops sometimes, and being able to partner with somebody who is in that particular community, in that particular sector of the population that can probably guide you as an outsider into that country to be able to expedite these processes. It's tremendous. I mean, in my case, it took us 3 years to be able to jump through hoops that should have taken us 9 months.
Right.
So, I mean, that's how much time can be wasted if you don't do it right. We didn't do it right the first time. We learned.
Right.
And now the second time, obviously, it went way faster.
I like.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. I like the fact that you brought up the consulting fees part because a lot of people are going that route now, especially in emerging markets. They get consultants that are familiar with the market to come in and basically help them, be in compliance and learn the regulations because it does cost to be out of compliance. But at the same time, we have to look at our risk models as well, do the risk assessments and determine, what's the risk of getting into this market in the first place? What can I expect? What regulations can we foresee coming? Is there some way that we can prepare for this before it even comes about? So I think it's very important that when you don't have the human capital in-house to reach out to consultants.
And, I mean, Jasmine, just what you were saying, I was talking to one of the VPs of this I'm not going to say the name, but it's this very, very large global corporation that they make tools. And talking to him, he's opening, he's in charge of opening new plants in Mexico. He's opening a couple of plants, one in Monterrey and one in, I don't know what's the second one. And this particular company hires a consulting company, and they pay the consulting company to solve these regulation problems. Because there's nothing more expensive. I mean, these consulting companies are not cheap.
Right.
But there's nothing more expensive than not being able to get to market.
Right.
The most expensive part of doing business is not being able to sell. So yeah, absolutely. I mean, consultants, mostly when you're exploring territories that you don't know, they're key for the success of any business.
I just wanted to make sure, Javier, you can weigh in too, because I know you're in an industry that's super regulated.
The insurance sector is very slow to regulate and very slow to adapt and evolve to new challenges. I think, Jasmine, you brought up an important point, which is at what speed can we adapt, especially after this pandemic? How can we adapt to things that would have happened maybe in 10 years' time? They just sped up the entire process of digitalization and using new services remotely and all that. And the insurance sector, because it's so tied to the financial sector and the entire economy of a country, is very slow to adapt regulations, bring out new laws, or opening up the sector to new disruptive technologies or processes or new players as a whole. And I think you brought up, Ernesto, an important point before. You talked about localization of services, how you can't just take something from the US, bring it to Latin America and expect it to work exactly like that. And I think one of the more common mistakes that we've seen about bringing technologies to Latin America is that they expect it to work the same way in the United States or Europe or wherever else in Latin America. And at least Latin America is a very specific culture. It has its customs, it has its way of operating. And one of the biggest challenges we're seeing now is we have the golden standard of how things should be regulated and it should work for us to reach a certain point of technology advancement. No, we have the example in the US, but we operate in a certain way that we know, that we're aware of, that we're used to. So getting from this point to that point is a very big gap, and I don't think it's something one or two key players in the sector can achieve by themselves. So I think it's going to be a collaborative effort from a lot of different companies from the entire value chain. And at least in the insurance sector in Mexico, we've seen the foundation of the Mexican InsurTech Association, where a group of different players from different parts of the sector and different products and services have come together to help the regulator understand where regulation and compliance maybe fall short or where it needs some adaptation for us to bridge that gap that helps us get Mexico to the next level of technological advancement or inclusion or next wave of products or services, blockchain or whatever our next step is. So I think it's going to be an effort that it's going to require a lot of different eyes looking at the ball, so to speak, for us to get there. But at least in the last few years, we've seen that effort grow exponentially. So that's great news.
Javier, how do you feel about, for example, these particular emerging economies are very much cash basis, and when I mean cash basis, I don't mean the cash in the bank account. They're more cash on hand basis. Obviously, you know, technology works better when you can actually access the money directly in a digital way. How do you think that affects the growth in Mexico? That you have been able to live that. I mean, to me, I have seen some issues on that particular arena. I don't know if you've seen any of them.
Yeah, for sure. And also in the insurance sector, because there are so many regulations regarding money laundering. So that's an additional problem. I think in the last 5 years or so, fintech sector has grown massively in Mexico specifically. We've seen a lot of new startups and new initiatives to help tackle that specific issue, which is that at least in the Mexican economy, a lot of it is cash-based. And that brings a whole set of new problems. You cannot, a lot of services and products, you cannot offer them on a cash-based basis. So I think it's in the right direction. I think it's moving slower than most of us would have liked. But I think it's getting there. And we've seen investment grow in the fintech sector. I mean, it's a really hot topic in Mexico right now. So I think it's helping a lot that all these initiatives are popping up left and right. But it's going to, I mean, there's a lot, just in Mexico alone, there's a huge population, and the differences within Mexico, one state to another, are still too big. So it's definitely going to help us get to a more digital-based economy, but it's going to take a little longer than most of us would like.
So all of you so far have commented heavily on the United States and LATAM, but we have to also address the other markets where we've seen the digital economy grow and a massive shift from fiat currency towards digital currencies. And as some of you might know, even the banks have made major moves across the world towards regulatory changes. I think multinational companies will have to keep that take that into consideration and have to keep that in mind in planning for the next few years. Additionally, OECD and World Economic Forum have decided that it might be very helpful to build consortiums to address some of these regulatory challenges that we all addressed so far, and that can really change the paradigm over the next few years. Each country alone or each continent alone cannot tackle these type of challenges. So I think a global effort is the only way to go. And that brings us, as you already mentioned, impact investing a little bit in one of your comments. So that's a great segue to our next topic. Would you like to share some of your thoughts about impact investing, which has been shown to increase over the last 15, 18 months?
Yeah, for sure. I think the pandemic, like I said before, sped up the process of a lot of things that would have happened in a long period of time are happening in a short span of time. And everything's moving quicker now, or at least in the digital sector. So in the last, I would say 5 to 10 years, we've seen the startup sector grow a lot. Well, not sector, but the startup companies grow a lot. I think in Mexico, traditionally, there hasn't been the big startup wave as it is right now. We've had our first Mexican unicorns. So I think that has bring a lot of focus and attention in Latin America. And just to tie in with the questions that we had before, a lot of human capital is starting to stay in the country instead of going somewhere else to look for opportunity. So that's creating like kind of a perfect formula for a big attraction of investment in the emerging economies. I think VCs and big investment players are starting to focus more in Latin America and see it more as a big opportunity versus 10 to 20 years back, where they saw it as a kind of a risky investment, so to speak. I think that's a trend that we're going to see in the next few years. We're going to see investment grow, and that's going to help the economy grow, and it'll at least solve, in a way, some of the challenges that we talked before.
Do you think that the ESG consciousness that we've seen now during the pandemic will persist in a post-pandemic environment, or it will fizzle out?
Yeah, definitely. I think as the economy grows and as investment starts coming in emerging markets, we'll see a lot of ESG investment focused not only in making the big bucks, so to speak, but also helping the economy or the country in different ways. In the last, I would say, couple of years, we've seen a lot of new ESG initiatives, and before we used to see them sort of a more local way, but now we're seeing, for example, we saw applications on very big startup accelerators be more focused on society changes or society improvements, sort of helping small communities or minorities. So I think investment is going to grow in the next years, and as more investment comes in, more of these initiatives will be funded, and they'll be able to grow, and it'll help the economy as a whole.
And Ernesto, what is your opinion on mandating some of these ESG conscious efforts versus allowing companies to determine it by themselves and balance their ROI and their ESG consciousness?
Well, I believe that there is a lot of opportunity. talking a little bit more about the part that we were mentioning right now, which is what we've been focusing on, which is the emerging economies. I feel that to a certain extent, Silicon Valley, people from Silicon Valley are already moving to places like Austin, Texas. The opportunities, all these technologies, there's people developing them from their garage. So it becomes a very complicated situation. I believe that the United States is reaching a point where the competition of all these units of potential investment are too many. That's just too much, and the risk is too high. When you start looking at the talent of all these other opportunities in other countries, in other areas, that takes me back to the ability of people going and investing in those particular arenas. I don't think that can be stopped. I think it's going to continue. I think it's the way to make money. I mean, there's no, it's just, you have to be wise about where to put your money, really. I think that at this point, there's a lot of these app companies and all these high tech and new tech and all that it's really hard to know where, what's actually solid. And I'm very afraid that, there's so much money being placed into these, in some of these artificial units. Some of them are good. I'm not saying that all of them are, but most of them won't make it. And that's a fact. Right. And there's hundreds of thousands, millions, billions of dollars being played. Well, once you start playing with the billions, it's mainly usually because it's already working. But I mean, there is a lot of money being placed right there, which is just creating a huge bubble. And I don't think people are going to stop investing in these particular opportunities, but I do think at some point we have to be prepared because it's very highly possible that it's going to burst. And the question is where you're going to be in all this particular situation. I mean, we can talk about cryptocurrency, what's going on with Bitcoin and with all these other digital currencies. I mean, it is a fact that it seems to be a fact that this is going to be for the long run. Cryptocurrency is not going to go anywhere. The United States is already checking it out to build its own currency. And you have all the banks and all the regulators trying to avoid that from happening because there's a lot of interest in banks not allowing a new currency to come direct, the direct communication between consumer and...
Although we've seen a lot of changes lately, many countries have adopted it. So we're seeing it in the last 6 months, it's a major push. So
it's incredible. So what's going to happen when all the countries or most countries start adapting and creating their cryptocurrencies or their digital coin? I don't know. I mean, is Bitcoin and the rest of the currencies going to go down? Possibly. I don't know. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, you look at what's happening in the market with all these companies, and there's no sense. There's no way to be able to say, oh, this company is valued this way, or people are paying $600, $1,000 for a stock because what?
Why? Right.
It's an emotional market.
And again, to complement, although we talked mostly about US and LATAM so far, in Asia we have seen major push towards digital currencies. Several countries have published their national strategies on digital currencies, and several banks, and then the European Bank as well has put forth legislation and regulatory guidelines regarding that. Australia also for the past year and a half. So I think we're seeing a strong movement.
Absolutely.
I wanted to also ask our panelists if we can, for our audience, share some of your thoughts that you think will persist in the trends over the next 2 to 3 years. We know that the World Economic Forum and the International Monetary Fund predict that it will take 2 to 3 years for emerging economies to bounce back from this pandemic disaster, so to speak. So do you feel, each one of you can share your own opinion, that this timeline matches what your expertise is boots on the ground, or do you feel it can be shortened or it will take longer? Jasmine?
I feel like it may take that amount of time. Like I said, the pandemic was an uncertain time for everyone. So I think everybody's trying to now get ahead and say, okay, how can we plan for uncertainty again in the event that this happens? I think one of the trends that I think will pick up is the fintech companies. I think it was you, Javier, who mentioned, the development of all these fintech companies. And being a CPA and seeing, working with a lot of fintech companies, getting businesses access to cash that was coming from the government through, bills and things like that. I think fintech companies are really, really going to pick up, and it's going to be that way for a while, just so that people can get the access to cash, and so that people will be able to plan for uncertainty in the event that something like a pandemic should happen again. So I think we'll be on track with that.
You're making an important point that fintech can actually equalize some of the environments, and there are several publications that agree with that point. And Ernesto, what are your thoughts?
Well, it's so different from what we're seeing here in the U.S. happening from what's happening in other countries. For example, I can, I think that the bounce effect of being able to get back to the normal, it's going to be very different. And to give a couple of examples, is in the United States, most banks, if not all banks, were supported by the government and mortgage companies and financial institutions to be able to allow their clients to forbear, to have a forbearance, which, by the way, some of that forbearance still continues since March of last year.
Yes.
So, we're already over a year, and there's a lot of people who have not paid mortgage, who have been able to get onto unemployment, receive money for X, Y, and Z different reasons, and really live at home watching, streaming movies and relaxing and enjoying their families and their quality time. But that's going to come to an end. And what's going to happen in the United States at that point, it's extremely uncertain. Because, you have over 20 million people unemployed right now.
Right.
How are you going to put those people to work? Most of the American companies, or the companies that have been able to get these people to work from home, to do home, basically to do a home
Virtual.
office.
Remote
Yeah,
work.
exactly. Are not interested in bringing their people back into the office
That's
anymore.
true.
And they're already looking at alternatives at having people in home office in Philippines and in other more cost-efficient solutions. So now you go to places in Latin America or in other emerging economies where you did not have that luxury. So people actually had to suffer through the pandemic, continue working, continue having to go and look for food for their families, and they had not the luxury to stay at home. They had to continue going out. So I have the feeling, I don't think a year and 2 years it's a bad number to put there. I feel that a year to 2 years, and I'm going to drop my monitor.
Don't worry, we can hear
A
you.
year to 2 years, I feel, I agree with Jasmine. I think that's a fair number to look at. But I'm just not sure that actually we've had the chance in emerging economies to have that particular relaxing and quality value time that we had the luxury to have here in the U.S. So I think the bounce will be faster.
So two, Javier, what are your thoughts?
Well, if you look at the insurance sectors today, you'll see a very fragmented sector. And what I mean by that is that there's a lot of small players, small and medium-sized players. And I think what technology is going to allow us to do and what's going to happen, I don't know if 2, 3, or 5 years' time, but the future, at least for insurance in Latin America, is that it's going to be very similar to the flight industry. So a few years back, when we used to book a flight, you used to call a flight agency or organize a whole trip with a human person. And what technology did there is that it shifted the market from small and medium-sized players to specialized players. So, for example, if you're planning a honeymoon, you'll call your honeymoon planner, I guess. I don't know.
I didn't know that job existed.
But you'll have these players that are specialized or custom designed products and services, and then you'll have your insurance companies in this case, and flights in my example, where they'll start selling directly to consumer through technology investments, e-commerces, or online stores. And I think the other player that's going to stay or dominate the market is going to be those players that adapt quickly to the current environment. And there's a couple of examples in the flight industry, and that's why I bring up the metaphor. But in the insurance sector, what I think is going to happen is that all these small and medium-sized players are either going to be bought or merged, and the market is going to establish itself with a few key players that cover one of those three areas. So either specialized or custom products or services, insurance companies selling directly to consumers, or online players that have established themselves throughout the years.
So all three of you have touched on what we've seen published over the last month or so, that governments across the world are trying to balance out how to manage the massive international debt that we accumulated over the last 2 years, because yes, having these regulatory packages that are supportive and are helping emerging economies also cause tremendous burdens over the next few years. So being able to choose that right timeline, when do you start pushing towards more permanent regulatory and legal environments versus these temporary ones that were facilitating everybody to tolerate the economic distress, is the major challenge. And I think that's where we see a global workforce being created, a global consortium to address these regulatory conundrums, because a lot of money was printed in a very short amount of time. And as you all highlighted, there is a difficulty with balancing it all out in the emerging markets. So to close, we have only a few minutes left, so maybe each one of you can share with the audience what you are doing, boots on the ground in your companies to overcome some of these challenges. Jasmine, you can start, and Ernesto, and we'll close with Javier.
Absolutely. So not only am I a CPA with my own firm, Southern Tax Preparation and Services, but I'm also the executive director of my own nonprofit, which is the Financial Literacy Institute. And we've all been talking about what's going to happen post-pandemic. So as things are opening up in Atlanta, Georgia, where my firm is based, we're going to try to get out and do some in-person financial literacy courses to get people prepared for instances of uncertainty, just in case something comes up again. So that's what we'll be working on.
Great, thank you. Ernesto?
Well, we back in March of last year, when we had the first few feelings of what was going to be happening here in the United States about the pandemic, we suffered for about 3 months of very, very high levels of uncertainty, because 60% of our manufacturing business, which is our core business, is dedicated to automotive clients. And automotive closed down for 3 to 4 months. I mean, they literally closed down from one day to the next. We're not opening anymore. We're not allowed. We're not considered essential, and that's it. So we, being a label company, Tecna Impact is the business that I'm talking about in Texas. We also serve the agricultural, and we sell the pet industry, and we had to change and shift gears very, very, very fast. And we started pushing a lot more, our sales efforts towards the pet industry, which was actually, it's been striving for the last year. It's been always doing great, but the last year has been tremendous for the pet sector. And for the food sector, it just started going up, the medical equipment sector, and we changed. We were able to change basically the direction where we're going, and it worked for us. I mean, we've been really, really doing extremely well, although many of our co-entrepreneurs or fellow entrepreneurs haven't. I mean, I know a lot of friends who did not do that well. So in order to be able to get prepared for the future, I mean, I think the key is diversification. I mean, you need to make sure that you have a certain percentage of what you do in technology or in automotive or in whatever it is that provides probably a higher margin of profitability, but you have to have your safety net and develop business with these particular other sectors which are needed and necessary.
Great. Javier, 1 minute. And then
Yep. Well, just a quick introduction. I'm Javier Gironella, COO and co-founder of Guros. Guros is a Mexican startup focused on democratizing insurance in Mexico and Latin America. And we leverage technology to bring insurance to a lot of people that didn't have the opportunity to buy, manage, or purchase insurance.
Thank you.
So maybe Ingrid, you can tell us a little bit about yourself.
Oh,
That would be great.
I'm the CEO and founder of the Institute for Science, Entrepreneurship, and Investment, and we do a lot of advocacy and consultancy across the world in all emerging markets, specifically Africa and Asia. And it's been a great pleasure to moderate this panel. I think we shared a lot of insights with our audience. And just to recap, for those of you that maybe joined late, we touched on digital transformation, the importance of human capital, the importance of emerging technologies in managing the challenges, and how we can turn those challenges into opportunities. And we closed with the opportunity also of impact investing and ESG conscious investing. Thank you all for participating.
And
It's
just
been a
one
great pleasure.
last thing.
Please.
If anyone wants to invest in emerging technologies, go to the consulate or the embassy of the particular country that you're interested in. I don't know about all of them. Like I said, I'm more knowledgeable about Mexico. You go to the Mexican consulate. They initiate your whatever paperwork they have to do. It's a fairly simple process. You can continue living in the United States without a problem. While all this paperwork gets resolved, and eventually notify you, okay, you got your permanent residency. Mexico's permanent residency is literally permanent. It doesn't need to be renewed, and there's an incredible amount of opportunity there. So
Great.
that's
Estonia does that too, so you have competition. Great.
There you go.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone. We appreciate your time. That concludes our panel.
Thank you, yes. Thank you.
del monitor.
All right, panelists, thank you once again for a very riveting discussion on that topic. And now we're at the last leg of the conference, which is our final awards and recognition program. We will now be spotlighting the efforts of individuals and organizations that have improved the lives of millions, really, by working relentlessly and spearheading growth in the finance and insurance industry. I'd like to invite my close personal friend and a hell of a guy, Toby Grubbs. Toby, come on up here, pal. Yeah, good job, Toby. He was in the back drinking scotch, so please excuse him if he stumbles to the stage. Toby, you're going to be okay standing there? Okay, good. Just making sure. Please, if we could have our photographer ready to catch Toby when he falls from the stage. Thank you very much. When you hear your when you hear your name, please enter from this side of the stage. Let's go ahead and exit from over here. We encourage you to say a few words if you like. We have a mic here. So here we go. This is the top 100 global leaders in finance. Brian J. Esposito. Brian J. Yeah, we need the music, fellas. Brian J. Esposito. Boom. David T. Coons. You just throw that one in the trash over there. But not for long.
No. Just wanted to thank
Okay, you're done.
Thank GCIF for considering our organization, myself, as part of this. And in addition, as I've had an opportunity to meet a lot of people here, I've realized that everyone's put a lot of risk and sacrifice into what they've done. And I just want to encourage people to continue to do that, because that's how change happens. And want to thank my family, because they clearly have put up with a lot as I've chased my dreams. And just thrilled to be here, and want to thank the organization. So,
Beauty.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. David Armando Martinez. David Armando Martinez. Derek R.C. Derek R.C. Dylan Montefusco. Dylan Montefusco. Scott McKillop. Scott McKillop. Can you get it moving, please? Thanks. William Woolbright. William Woolbright. These next individuals actually piped in an acceptance video for us here, so we'll start off that with Glenn Feminella. Glenn Feminella. P.S. Hope he could read lips. That's it.
Past 30 years.
Oh.
And I accept it on behalf of all the current people I work with now and all the people I've worked with over the past 30 years that have helped me to develop, because I've learned from each and every one of them, and they're a part of this award with me. So I thank you very much, and I hope you all have a great conference. It's been a pleasure.
Next, Christy Andrasik.
Hi everyone, I'm Christy Andrachek, and I just want to say thank you
Or
for
that.
this incredible honor. I regret I cannot be there in person, but due to health circumstances, I was unable to attend. I am the Chief Financial Officer and Chief Operating Officer at TXCPA Houston. We are a membership association for CPAs in the Houston, Texas area. To be nominated and selected for this honor for doing something I love doing is truly a treasure. I am very grateful to my coaches, mentors, peers, friends, leaders, who have all helped me become the leader I am today. It was their guidance and encouragement that helped me come out of my shell and think outside the box. These are two traits that I really had to use in 2020. We were all challenged in 2020 and grateful for the support of TXCPA Houston staff, the members, and the community. By all of us working together, 2020 became a year of opportunity and growth. This honor I'm receiving is not just for me, it's for TXCPA Houston, its members, staff, and everyone who has helped me get me where I am today. I'm very fortunate to be serving as the CFO CEO at TXCPA Houston. I love what I do, and I want to say a huge thank you to all those who have supported me through the years and continue to support me on my leadership journey. I hope you have a great time in Vegas, and I look forward to connecting with you soon. Thank you again.
Peter C. Kenny. Peter C. Kenny.
Good evening. I hope the conference is going well and everyone's having a great time. I'm sure that everyone's learning a lot. Networking is, I'm sure, quite exciting for everyone involved. Only sorry I can't be there this year. That said, I do really sincerely appreciate the opportunity to receive the award, though I'm not there physically to receive it. I am with you in spirit, and I look forward to having the award. I appreciate being recognized by the GCIF for the award and for being selected for it. It's a major professional accomplishment, and after 35 years in financial markets, it means a great deal to me. Everyone who's associated with the GCIF as a global brand understands the merit of the award and the significance of what it means to receive it. I want to express my most sincere gratitude. Thank you very, very much. And I look forward to being associated with GCIF in the years to come. Thank you.
Dr. Sindhu Bhaskar.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is Dr. Sindhu Bhaskar, co-chairman and founder of ESD, Global Link, CIC, MIT, Boston. I'm here to thank GCIF for giving me the award for 100 top global financial leaders. And I'm thankful to you for listening to me. I'm so sorry that I'm unable to attend this conference and receive the award personally because I had a minor accident, but which has given me a major damage to my legs, and I have been put under rest. I cannot walk. That's why I have to send you my message. Once again, thank you very much for giving me time and listening to me. Thank you, GCIF. I wish you all a very happy day and a very nice day and a very good time with all the other sessions. Thank you once again. Thanks. Have a nice day. Bye.
Sung-An Choi. Sung-An Choi.
Hello everyone, this is Sun Choi, CFA Yellow Turtle Coffee. I also do an angel investment and currently raising a VC fund to invest in undervalued, early-stage Asian startups, which can go to global market by providing hands-on service. It is an honor to receive the award as top 100 global leaders in finance. I feel really sorry not being there in person to receive the award by my hand in Las Vegas, and also meet other great people. Finance is one of the most important part of the business. Finance is about money management and cash flow. It is to measure the status of a company and make a better decision for the company. One of my vision is to merge the well-shaped finance to emerging markets and improve the world economy to the next level. Feel free to contact me if you have the same vision as mine, and if you are interested in what I do. Also, congratulations to other 99 awardees too. Thank you. Bye.
Yuval Eisenberg. Nothing from Yuval. We wish him the best, obviously. Well, at this point, I would like to say congratulations to all this year's Patricia Baranowski. I'll congratulate everybody here momentarily.
First, I want to thank GCIF for this wonderful award and this wonderful opportunity. I thank you immensely. I also want to thank my team. We've been doing investor relations, public relations, media relations, and marketing for the past 33 years. And between my team, my clients, and the support that we get from the financial district, we wouldn't be here where we are today without them. So I thank everyone. So sorry that I couldn't be there in person to receive the award, but I'm with you in spirit and in heart, and I'm watching this remotely. So thank you so much. If you ever want to reach me, I can be reached at 631-756-2486. You can find out more about us on our website at www.pristineadvisors.com. Thanks again so much. Take care.
Once again, I'd love to congratulate this year's awardees. If you wouldn't mind honoring them with me, thank you very much. And with that, we come to the end. Who? Yuval Eisenberg? No. Thanks, Dave. A lot. Thank you. Thanks, Dave. David, everybody. Dave. Give up to Dave. All right. Congratulations to this year's awardees. Once again, I won't make you clap, no worries. With this, we come to the end of GCIF's first edition. I'm extremely honored to have been your MC for these events the past few days. Once again, my name is Brian Panarelli. Thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to make the first edition of GCIF a very grand success. We had an amazing time and a really great turnout, better than we could have ever hoped for, actually. I wish you all the best in your future endeavors and a very safe journey home. Enjoy your time in Vegas, and if you're going home tomorrow, enjoy it very much. How about? Once again, my name is Brian Panarelli, your MC for these events. We are looking very forward to seeing you next year, and thank you so much for coming out. We'll see you guys outside the door. Thanks again.